You know, hey, anytime you guys think that there's maybe there's gonna be like a dull time when it comes to the Eagles and its content, just roll out Nick and you'll be all right. By the way, we always start the show off and we'll do it again as always. Big Sills! But first and foremost, today's a day to remember Normandy and the 80th anniversary of Omaha, Gold, Juneau, Sword, the greatest beaches in the world. When Americans liberated evil, and it didn't matter what that face looked like in our own country, we went and we liberated and we fought for a continent again. I don't know we'll ever see a generation like that ever again. Sacrificing and running to harm's way. There's no getting around what those hallowed beaches of Normandy are all about. One of the greatest things of all time, you have to get to France. And you have to have it as a bucket list. Just to see the daunting task that those men had to get up those cliffs, it's incredible. If it doesn't make you weep when you think about the men hanging in the barbed wire out in the ocean, or men drowning or being shot, seeing the scores of pictures of men's bodies with boots coming out of blankets there on the beach as they were trying to fight evil. You'll never see anything like that in your entire lives ever again. There's very few times on this planet where humanity was doing the right thing. I mean, I can't say enough about this day, June 6th. It's one of the greatest days in American history and in the world's history. Fighting evil. I mean, today's a day to remember. You know how you say Memorial Day? This is what this is about, our country today. Republicans, Democrats, black, white, Jew, everyone should take a lesson from that generation. We honor you, man. All right. It is day 3 of the Nick Sirianni mandatory minicamps. Boy, I'll tell you, guys, I've got to start by doing this to you. That quarterback and that head football coach are not on the same page. And it couldn't have been more evident than today. It could not have been more evident than today. If you just listened to Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. Hey, Sills, what do you think about Laurie selling part of the team? I heard it's non-controlling. I posted it earlier. It's a percentage. It could be to bring – by the way, hey, Khalid, the NFL owners are now also opening up the doors for outside investment. I'm not saying that the Saudis are going to start investing in the National Football League like you see them what they're doing with the PGA and UFC, but I don't know exactly what the owners are, what their details are going to be when it comes to bringing in money. Does that mean now the NFL owners are going to be open to outside hedge funds from other countries, other parts of the world? I'm not sure, but the Raiders have done it. Now the Eagles are doing it. The Commanders have done it. There's numerous teams. I hear the Chargers are going to start doing it. So something at the last owners meeting came up with that. And I don't know, Khalid, but I appreciate the super chat. By the way, guys, we're trying to get to 200 likes today. You guys have been sensational, and I totally appreciate it. Guys, I'm going to give you my takeaways. And you tell me if you heard something completely different. Because as a former player, I'm going to hear things maybe that you may have heard and it landed different for you. But I'm going to tell you, when I hear a player talking and a coach talk, now you got to remember, and by the way, I was wrong. I was wrong yesterday about a comment. And I'm going to tell you what that comment was. And I was completely wrong about it. Please hit the like button here. Okay. Let's start with Jalen. Hey, Black Leo, tell me what you think and what you heard at that press conference today. So Hurts went like this when he started getting asked questions about the new offense. I couldn't believe there was actually somebody in the room that actually was as stunned as I was when Hurts said, this is 95% all new. Remember when I said yesterday, because I took it from Nick, hey, I like that we're adding something, to what we are doing in the past. And, he said that yesterday. He said, remember he even made a comment? Hey, I told Kellen I really like that. And that's being added to the offense. Not according to Hurts. Hurts is saying it's 95% new. What are you adding the 5%? To your 5%, Nick? This guy, Nick Sirianni, he's clueless. Jalen Hurts, out of his own mouth, said this offense is 95% new. The day before, Nick said we're adding the new and the old. How are you balancing that? Hurts blew that up today. There ain't nothing being added. This is a brand new offense. I was wrong. I went on the words of Nick. Hey, I should know better. He said that. Was it John McMullen that even asked it? Balancing the new and the old. Jalen Hurts said today it's a 95% new offense. All new. That is not what that coach said. Hey, his early takeaways on the new offense. He was asked, Hurts. He couldn't answer it. Do you like it? He was like this. Hey, we're just looking to get better. It's too early yet. It's too early yet. Well, Jalen, do you like what they're doing or not? He said it. Listen, guys, this is not my fucking content. This is what these players and coaches are saying. Hurts verified Nick has no say, more runs. Completely true, Nick. Completely true. There's no meshing of old and new. Jalen blew that up today. Nick Sirianni has no say in that offense. But he thinks he does. I'll explain here. Jalen couldn't even tell you if he liked what they're doing. It's too early. It's too early. M. Reyes goes, who gives a shit? Your coach is a fucking liar and he gets in the way. He's getting in the way again. And they haven't even played a game yet. That's why, M. Reyes. This guy's a dummy sometimes, man. I love him, but Jesus. The Cowboys are going to win 5 games just like how you thought they were going to finish last in the NFC East last season. 304, love you. You had a better roster last year. Mike Tomlin and Nick Sirianni, pump the brakes, dude. Mike Tomlin has complete autonomy of his coaching staff and has say in the players he picks. Holy shit. Hurts said this is a brand new offense. Nick yesterday said meshing of new and old. Give me a break. And when Jalen was asked the question if he liked it, He couldn't say whether he did or not. It's still too early and we're working through it. Holy shit. Hey, here's another one. Yeah, we got to learn the new way of us being coached. What's that mean? So Kellen Moore is coaching him completely different than what he's been the last 3 years? Holy shit. Why is Sirianni in the building? Jalen Hurts, when asked what his role was, paused and said, I can't answer that. I don't really know how to answer that. You don't know what your role of your head coach is? He couldn't even back him there at the press conference today. He didn't even have a kind word to say about his influence. Can you believe that? The head coach, when asked by the quarterback what the head coach's role was, he couldn't answer it. Do you think that's a problem? And by the way, that's not fucking made up. Go listen to it. Go listen to it. Couldn't define his role. You think that quarterback respects that guy? No way. Basically, I took away from that, why is he in the building? Hey, and get this. Remember something, folks. All you got to do is go back and listen. This ain't my content. These are the words of your starting quarterback and your $50 million guy. So whatever words you're saying at me, throwing one-loss records at me, your quarterback couldn't define your own head coach's role, and he couldn't even tell you if he liked what they're doing yet. Go listen. That guy said it's 95% new. And the other day, Nick Sirianni's bullshitting you again. Wait till I get to Nick's comments. Holy cow. Hurts likes to blame everyone except himself. Last year, he had confetti at his phone background, and that's what he has this year, a knee brace. Let's get to Nick now. Players look to be in great shape. He's giving pointers to DBs and linebackers now. I remember Xander the other day going like this, you want Nick Sirianni giving your defensive guys pointers? No, he's making a roll-up for himself. Something that I saw in high school. I'm like, please stop this madness. Nick is fighting for his place in the offensive room. It's a brand new offense, and he said it's new terminology. A lot of the stuff we've been doing in the past is still there. And you're like this. That's not what the quarterback is saying. The quarterback is saying it's brand new. And that's why he's struggling. Someone's lying. Either the quarterback is or the head coach is. When he was asked about micromanaging, he goes, so I still have some roles. I've never seen a head coach in the National Football League had his complete power taken away more than this guy has. Could you see Jalen Moore experiment the RPO to new levels with the help of improving him, getting comfortable in the pocket? Great show, Sills. Devontae, now that I know that Kellen is going to be in control, completely of the offense, there's no RPO being brought in that. There's not a chance in hell there's an RPO. He didn't run RPOs in Dallas. Hey, 304. He didn't run RPOs in Dallas, right? He didn't run RPOs in hey, Richard goes, what the hell is wrong with the new offense? God damn, he says. Well, what's the offense last year got? Everybody got paid and raises. Everybody broke multiple records last year. Okay, and on top of that, Sirianni said, "No, we're meshing new and old." Your coach is lying. There's nothing wrong with it. Just be transparent and tell the truth. Nick has no role on this football team. Angelo and Xander were right. I'm wrong. He has no fucking say. Nothing. Zero in the offensive game plan. Nothing. Can you imagine a 34-17 coach with no say in his own team? What's that tell you? 34-17. And he has no say in his team. And you guys want to compare him to John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin? You got a long way to go before you compare that ass clown to those two coaches. I've never seen a coach in my life have no job title. He has no job title, but a couple high school pointers that he learned from his head coach on DB play. By the way, these are their words. I saw that, Sills. Makes me disappointed in Jalen. He could have at least faked it. Had a chance to back his coach, but he didn't. Jalen let me down. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Jalen did not back his coach at all. Here, again, I thought the two things that stuck out the most on what Hurts said was that the offense was completely new, which means Sirianni's out. He has no direction of that offense. And when asked the role of the coach, he goes, that's a good question. I don't know. I can't answer that. What? Do you honestly think at winning places around the league that people in Green Bay don't know Matt LaFleur's job? Hey, get this. And Senor, how about this one? Or Pickin, how about this one? When asked about the new offense, Hurts goes, it's too early yet. Spin goes, he's already checked out on Sirianni. That's how I took that too. He doesn't know if he likes the offense, and he said it's too early. Okay? He couldn't define the head coach's role, and it's a completely new offense, contradicting the head coach. Too early, calm down. So wait a minute, get this guy here. You are officially 60 days out from the start of camp, inside of 2 months. And this guy goes, calm down, and the coach has no role. The quarterback doesn't know if he likes the system. It's a brand new system, and you think in the next 90 days till you get to September 6th, this is going to be on the same page? I can't wait to see it. Hurts is saying, hey, I'm going through the process right now of learning. He's learning on June 6th. Okay. Hey, by the way, RTF, I'm not spinning shit. Go listen. These are those words. This is not spin. He said this. Too early to tell yet on the new offense. What's Nick's role? That's a good question. I can't answer that. Do you like the offense? I don't know. What's the spin? What's the spin? What is the spin? Tell me what that spin is. When you got two guys talking two different things. So I don't know whose voice that was. The guy goes, don't you think that's awful high? 95% of the – there was a reporter in the building that said, don't you think that's awful high? And when Nick was asked that question, he gave you one of those 3-minute soliloquies again. Because Jalen contradicted him the same way that A.J. Brown contradicted him when he was in Seattle. Holy cow. I mean, are you guys really? And some go like this, Sills, it's minicamp. No, I'm not even getting to what happened in day 2 yet. I'm telling you, in communication, this is communicating with each other. You don't have to have pads on to communicate, talk, have your feelings on something. Do you like what you're seeing? It's too early. I don't know. Okay. Here's the problem, Sills. I agree with what you're saying. However, as fans, we can't do a damn thing about it. All we can do is watch and hope for the best. Cute. I know. It's here. Once again. Q, you're right here. Hey, LJ, stop comparing Tomlin and Harbaugh to that Sirianni guy. Tomlin and Harbaugh hire their coaches. They pick the personnel. That guy was just told, we found out again today, he has no say in anything that goes on in that football team. Nothing. Zero. And when the quarterback, I guarantee you, Lamar Jackson's not going to shit on his coach like Jalen did today. I guarantee you, Russell Wilson or whomever in Pittsburgh's not shitting on Mike Tomlin. Guarantee you. You see, LJ is like Lori. You know what that is? He's making excuses for a guy who's not qualified to be the head football coach and sat in here on this show and told you he'd rather have Nick Sirianni than Andy Reid and Doug Peterson. Because you know why? He doesn't want to be wrong. That's a fact too. That's exactly what he said. He'd rather have Andy Reid and Doug Peterson than he'd rather fire Andy and Doug and keep Nick because he's defending his take. Remember, he can't flip-flop. He can't flip-flop. So he's going down with the Titanic. And the quarterback can't defend him ever. Because you know why? He doesn't want to. Big Seals, I feel that we are going to start slow this season after hearing Jalen didn't look confident at all. Jalen refuses to acknowledge Nick. I'm starting to think you're right, Sills. Jalen's in trouble. It's okay, Jameson. Jalen was asked about leadership, and he was all over the place in that question. Okay? He was all over the place. He's a young man. He's still learning that role. I'm not going to kill him for that. How many people really believe Tom Brady was the ultimate leader at the beginning of his time in New England. I don't. I think it was Brewski and some of those other guys that they had, those veteran dudes, Vrabeling them men. And I think he evolved into that. Could Jalen evolve into that? Absolutely. Does he have the capabilities? Yes. 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 Look at Martin with a great take. I am Sills. Kelsey and Cox are gone. Jalen's voice needs to be heard. But I do agree with Jalen what he said at the presser. It's got to be generic. Can't be forced. He's right. He's dead on with that. Totally dead on. Remember something, folks. I want you to understand something. Like a lot of you in here are not going to like what I say when it comes to comparing you to Kansas City or to Tom Brady's era and his dynasty. Don't you get it? I'm comparing you to the two greatest dynasties that we've seen in pro football in the last 50 years. Don't you want to be compared to that? And don't you want to use that as your gold standard? I'm not going to give you Green Bay. I'm not going to give you the Rams. I'm not going to compare you to those organizations because I think you've got more promise than those organizations. I'm comparing you to people that are doing it to the top level. That's a compliment. That's a compliment because you're close. The problem becomes this. You don't empower the right people. You know, Emmanuel Acho said something about Hurts. He's going to win a lot of games, but he's not going to win the right game. Now, I think that's got to do with coaching and environment a little bit. Okay? Flexen, I don't think you have. I think you have passionate fans that want to give people the benefit of the doubt when it comes to what Q said, optimism. Dude, I'm with Q on that. Hey, Sills, don't you have optimism in June? I told you yesterday I did. I'm going to show you a little bit more here on some of the things that we're hearing. I gave you a brief synopsis yesterday on day 2. I'm going to give you more detailed here. We'll have a little bit more later on in the program what happened today. Okay? We have crybaby fans that cry if they don't get their way. Hey, how about this? Slagger says this. BG said that Howie fixed the team. Then was asked, he humped and fumbled, but clearly said that experienced coaches were what it was. Okay, I'm going to get to him in a minute here. Because you know what? I got a bitch with Brandon Graham here in a second that no one's going to have this take and no one's going to lay into his ass too. I think everyone is misunderstanding what Jalen was trying to say because they are not reading between the lines. Nick is the issue. Prince, completely. He's in the way. Remember Prince, I said, how do you think the relationship between Kellen and Nick is going to be? I think you see it front and center. There were 2 different conversations being said by the quarterback and the coach. One guy thinks he still has some of the offense of the old offense. The quarterback says there's nothing left of the offense. How do you hear anything different when one guy goes, it's a completely new offense, just about, and the other guy saying we're implementing new and old, and we're doing some of it's maybe terminology. Dude, what are you talking about? Shut up. You have no say in this thing. Because you know why? It is an indictment on him. It's an indictment on the 23 offense. Even A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith threw an indictment that they have more freedom in the routes now than what they did a year ago. So wait a minute. The quarterback says it's brand new. The wide receivers say they have more freedom, but Nick's saying meshing of new and old. You're in the way, guy. You're in the way. Holy cow, you can't be anymore. I was even in the Eagle chat. going, what is he saying? What is he saying? The wide receiver said the same thing. I got it, Prince. Prince, I'm with you. The wide receivers and the quarterback are saying, I got more freedom. It's brand new. Coach is going something different about new terminology. Yeah, Jalen's. Then he went into this again, soliloquy about, new responsibilities. Maybe he didn't have them. You're going, stop. Just stop. Dude, it's June 6th. And this guy's in the way. He should have just said this. Best thing Nick could have did for the team. Hey, I'm really proud of what Kellen is doing. He's opening up and expanding the quarterback's ability to try to be better at the position and trying to be better in the pocket. We're doing something different here. That's how you evolve an offense. If Jalen Hurts is going to evolve, we've got to evolve the offense, and that's why Kellen's here. Put your ego aside, kid. Nick Sirianni's ego's in the way. I'll be okay if the defense carries us for the first 6 weeks. I'm more optimistic on that. Nick Sirianni's ego is so enormous. He should have just relented. You know what a sign of a real leader is? I give you this comparison all the time about D. Wade and Steph Curry. Hey, LeBron, D. Wade, this is your team. This is your team. And everyone knew it was Wade's team. Steph Curry, KD, this is your team. Hey, man, we're so glad you're here. We need you to win a championship. That's leadership. Brady, hey, the reason that I was the greatest and the reason I played so long is because I was the best teammate I could possibly be, and I connected with everyone. It's about the intangible things like that. Humbling yourself. Nick cannot humble himself. Listen to the press conference. He cannot humble himself. He cannot humble himself. It was on display today. Just in words. And you're not in pads yet. I haven't even got to the on the field stuff. By the way, let me get to Brandon Graham. So now Brandon Graham is giving us Monday morning conversations about shitty coaching. Where the fuck was your leadership when it was melting down, guy, and then the ship was sinking? Where was your leadership then being vocal? Leaders don't say it after the fact when the boat hits the bottom and is sunk. They say it when it's going down. We need to do something. If anything, I am more hopeful now. I didn't really think much of Nick before, and you opened my eyes to him. I miss Dougie P. Jalen struggling makes more sense now. Much love, Sills. Great show. Q. It's not something that's cool for me to do victory laps on because it hurts the entire environment of what my point has been. You know what my point has been? You're this close. Q, that's where I'm at. Okay? That's where I'm at. Where was Brandon Graham during the season? Standing up like a leader and being vocal? Or did Bob Lang shut his fucking ass down too? Hey, it's one thing after the fact, and now you're throwing praise at Howie? Here in the offseason, they needed you when you were in battle. Not now. That's a lame-ass comment that I have no respect for. No respect. I know you guys love him. That's a stupid and shitty way of approaching coaches who were put out there as sacrificial lambs, and now you're dumping on them too. You were involved in that shit too, guy. Oh, it was the coaches, but not you. Okay. You're in it together. You're in it together. It's a sorry-ass moment for Brandon Graham in my eyes. That's not leadership after the fact. Now you're finger pointing 6 months after the fact. Oh, okay. Great. We needed you then. Not today. To throw roses at some shit during helmets and shorts. That's an absolutely terrible moment for him. Bro, you're in it together. He knows this. He knows this. Hey, people are going to defend him. Where were you in the season? Oh, I know. When guys stand up or say something, the organization makes you walk it back on a Wednesday like they did Hurts. Remember? It was like after the Jet game or something. We got guys in here not on the same page. Jalen was trying to tell you. Then he had to clarify it. And he had to walk it back. Oh, okay. You even clipped the quarterback's process on being a leader. So you're taking his skill set away from 22, and you are monitoring his leadership in how to be a leader because the organization would rather look good than develop the quarterback's leadership skills. That was a moment. That was a moment that Jalen could have stepped forward as a leader if the organization had just left it alone, but they didn't. They made him walk his own leadership. He was right. Jalen could have saved that fucking season right after the fucking Jets game. He's telling you. He wanted to do it. When they shut him down, he shut down. Tell me I'm wrong. When they shut him down, he shut down. Dude, that was the first time when I heard him say that. I was like, damn, good. About time. Come Wednesday, I'd like to clarify my comments that I made after the game. It was and you're like, oh, God. Bob Lang strikes again. You aren't taking victory laps. You're just saying the truth. I just have a new perspective on things. Thank you, Q. Q, you're right here. Okay? Thank you, Raj. You're right here. Don't look at this as, dude, we're addressing it on June 6th. I'd rather address it on June 6th than September 6th. Okay? I'd rather address it now. Let's kick some steam up. When I heard, these players don't even know that they're undermining their own coach because the coach says things in a press conference. They don't know what he's saying because the players are telling the truth. The coach is lying. Jalen's not lying. I completely believe Hurts. Does that guy come off like a liar to you? He may need to develop his leadership, but there's one thing I'll say to that kid's a genuine kid. I'm never going to sit up here and go, unless it's something that he has to cover for a player, which sometimes you may have to. We all know quarterbacks will do that. You saw Mahomes falling on the sword for his receivers dropping passes. I'm talking, I'm talking white lies like that. Hey, man, all good. But that guy's not going to come off. He was asked the question. Yeah, it's brand new, 95% new. You're like, what? 95% new? Somebody better go over to that head coach and tell him, hey, there ain't no meshing of the new and old. Cosmo, honestly, Sills, with Howie and Nick being that close, seems like a mile away with them being where they're not going to win. Sad to say, I love the Eagles, but damn. Hey, Cosmo, again, listen to this, Cosmo. It's not so, they're not even in pads yet, and they can't even communicate with one another. Did those two guys sound like they were on the same page for minicamp? Ask yourself this. Did those guys sound like they were on the same page for minicamp? This is a mandatory minicamp. Nobody knows what they're doing. Well, no, the players, hey, now I know why the offense is struggling, gives Jalen a little bit more autonomy. You're like, okay, if this thing is, dude, it's like learning a brand new foreign language. Jalen's like learning French here. Totally understood. It's totally understandable. Do you understand he makes the quarterback look stupid? When I say this, he can't even play pitch and catch in Nick's offense because Nick's saying it's new and old, and some of the new stuff is kind of clouding what he's having to see. Shit, no, man. 9 of the 10 plays that is now scripted in minicamp are brand new. Is Jalen going to struggle a little bit? Fuck yeah. Absolutely. Sills, he sucked in camp. You know, he's going to be a step slower because he said that too today. Here, I'll paraphrase it for you. When asked about the new offense, Jalen Hurts goes like this. Yeah, they're overloading us right now. And there's so much information. And, I have to get it to be where it's repetition and, it just becomes normal. We're not there yet. I was like, damn, this kid can't read a playbook. Then when someone asked the question, the follow-up, yeah, it's 95% new. I went, holy shit. No wonder he's struggling. No wonder all the hey, I should know better to have listened to Nick and believed anything he said. You want to know why all the quarterbacks are struggling now? It's not because they're being coached wrong. It's because it's a brand new system, completely the entire offense is going to be new. Slager goes like this. He said it's 95% new. Not surprising. Wasn't new last year. Brand new offense, a brand new offensive coordinator. It wasn't new last year. Hurts never gets a chance to grow in one offense. Yeah. Offense was so basic last season. That's what Eagle fans said. People got raises off that basic offense. Seals, until the front office issues are addressed on this team, we will always be this close. Yeah. Yes. Daniel says 95% is crazy. On an 11-win team, you're changing 95% of an offense that had 11 wins. And everyone got raises. Okay. To what? Kellen Moore's offense? So Kellen Moore's offense is going to give you a Super Bowl that you saw in Dallas. You're basically getting the Dallas Cowboy offense under Dak Prescott. How do you feel about that? RPO's history. Ask yourself, Okay. Now that Hurts said it's 95%, you're getting the Dallas Cowboy Dak Prescott offense. How do you feel about it? That's all he knows. That's all he's coached. You think he's just going to magically come up with another new offense? And if that's the case, why didn't you hire an offensive coordinator that fits the quarterback skill set? Or did that guy go to Washington? This is just a question. So you're going to ask a guy to create an offense for a quarterback that he's never called plays in that system that he's making for Hurts. Is that right? So he's inexperienced in this new boutique offense, or is he going to give him Dak Prescott's offense? I'm so confused. I don't know what to think of this. That press conference today did not help Nick. I think it helped Jalen because it gave us some clarity. The JM goes like this. That offense almost had 5,000 yards passing. Okay. Again, I don't gauge offensive coordinators by numbers. Remember what Jimmy Johnson said. There's coordinators that put numbers and big scores up. And there's coordinators that win games. Kellen Moore puts up big numbers, but doesn't win postseason games. Look at his track record. Sills, you didn't get my point. Okay. The point is that it's OTA's minicamp. And they are working on new stuff now. Doesn't mean it's the entire offense. Jalen Hurts said it's a 95% new offense. I didn't say that. He did. You're trying to change Jalen Hurts' words. It's the offense is 95% new. Those were his words. It's not new stuff. It's a new offense. One of the reporters, it could have been Frank's that 95%. He even shouted it out. 95%. Everybody in the building was stunned when they heard that. That's not working on something new. And the coach telling you the day before, and then even telling you today, we're working on some of the things that, we did in the past and we're implementing them. Bro, they're doing nothing what they did in the past. He's trying to make it seem that some of the stuff that they did is some of the stuff that Kellen does because of his ego. This guy's ego. Okay? This guy's ego writes checks his ass can't cash. He's 2-5 and he's 11-6 as a play calling guy or involved in the play calling. Just remember that. Oh, I did. Hey, you damn right I did, because I went on your liar coach's words, NFC clips, until Hurts called him out today. The same way AJ called him out. Lying. Anthony, thank you very much. Jalen didn't even know he was doing it. And then get this, the ultimate. When Hurts was asked his role, he didn't know it. It's a good question. I don't know how to answer that. Verbatim. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. You got a $50 million head. You got a $50 million quarterback who doesn't know his head coach's role. Where have you ever heard that? Where have you ever heard that? Hey, let's take LJ's number. Where have you ever heard a 34-17 coach with a quarterback who helped you get that number, when asked what that guy's role is, him say, I don't know. I can't answer that. When have you ever heard that? I don't know what that coach's role is. When? When have you ever heard that? And by the way, that was said at the press conference. Remember something, though, too. When you see LJ posting in here, he would rather have Nick, and he has said it, over Andy Reid and Doug as the Eagles head football coach right now. I don't know what else to say. With a quarterback who doesn't know the coach's role, because he doesn't want to flip-flop. LJ, you take Nick, I'll take Reed and Doug. All good. Remember, hey, you're right. He can't flip-flop now because he's got Nick better than Andy and Doug. Keeping Nick Sirianni is the worst mistake Gloria's ever made. He won't fire him because of ego. He can't justify firing him after Doug. That tremendous interview that Xander and John McMullen did with Marcus Hayes is exactly the problem that you have. There's too many egos in the Eagle front office between Roseman, the owner, and Nick. Everyone's defending their turf. Nick's defending his place on the team. Rightfully so. I would too. Howie's defending his role in the organization. Laurie's defending his decisions. It's a power-hungry organization, and this is the reason you're 1-3 in Super Bowls. Okay? Let's just take LJ's comment about 4 wins. Guy wins you a Super Bowl with a substitute quarterback. He doesn't deserve the right to dig himself out of that and get another year to right the ship? Really? And a coach who had a complete implosion, who was fighting for his life, and what's that record he posts? 34-17. And a quarterback who can't stand him as a coach has the right to come back and get in the way just in a simple press conference. You're going to get more of that when the bullets are real. You want to know why the Eagles come after me? Because I kill them with their own words. And when their own words are put back at them, they can't answer their own questions. And they put the players in compromising situations. Come on, Sills. The refs had more of a... I feel bad for Jalen Hurts that he has to put up with these lies and bullshit. Because you're stunting his growth. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hurts quote, right now it's been a majority of it been a lot of new inventory, probably about 95%. He prefaced it by saying right now, that does not mean the entire offense. Why would you be practicing things right now and not practicing some of the stuff that you've done in the past? And when Nick was asked that same question, okay, he was asked that. So they're practicing everything brand new right now, not working on anything that worked. Okay. Let's find out if you're right. Well, then how come when Hurts was asked the question, and I'll quote, about the coach's role, he couldn't answer it and said, that's a good question. What's his role? I don't know. How about that one? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Answer that one. Hurts doesn't know the role of his coach. I don't know. I don't believe Jalen has. This is not a Jalen Hurts problem. This is an organizational problem, as I've been telling you. Xander's going to join us at 3:30. We're also going to have Mark Farzetta at 5:30. Let's get into the Big Sills takeaways. Thank you very much, Mark Combs, a turtleneck, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Big Sills takeaways, day 2. Talking to some of our friends over there and what they saw. And our spin with it here. We'll get a little bit more later in the day. Some of our friends that are over there on the coaching staff. Day 2 takeaways. Struggling on the deep throws was evident from Jalen Hurts. And after listening to him today, we'll find out a little more in day 3 what happens. But a lot of the checkdowns that he was throwing, 5-yard passes, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. I think that's a good sign that Barkley's going to be used a lot in the offense. It's no problem. Hey, Tom Brady won 6 Super Bowls or 7 Super Bowls checking down. I'm all right with that. Hey, Sills, Laurie has a big head after winning Super Bowl. He'd rather sacrifice good coaching, which is in a way from back getting what a lunatic owner. Hey, all I know is this. 34. He wants, listen, winning a championship, Ace, versus control. What's more important to him, do you think? What's more important to him? What's more important? Sean goes, stop ripping Hurts. I'm not going to stop ripping Hurts. He's a $50 million guy. He's going to be ripped the same way Josh Allen gets ripped. He's going to be ripped the same way Lamar Jackson fails in the postseason. He's going to get ripped the same way Dak gets killed in Dallas. Part of the job, kid. Suck it up and man up. Grow a pair. You don't like it? Too bad. What the hell do you think this is? Some woke-ass league? Like the NBA? Guys take load management? Sack up. Grow a pair. Number 2. Keely Ringo has been a superstar, they're saying. You know what they're saying? How good he is, too? Setting receivers up. What? Who is this guy? Where has he been? What in the world are we doing with him a year ago? They're saying he's setting people up. And I told you this yesterday. He's setting them up like Ed Reed. What? What? Where was this guy last year? Holy shit. You're using guys' names that I revere and certain people in that organization revere, and you're throwing that name around? Good for him. This guy has made a leap from here to there. And you know what he's done? What did I write down here? He's put his name in the conversation of this. What do we do with him? Versus he's just another guy. That's how coaches think. This guy has made an insane leap, like a Hurts 21-22 leap. Absolutely insanity. Insanity to be going like this from one day. Now, could it be Vic? Yes. It could be Vic. Dude, good for him. How about this? You want to hear something crazy? This guy, Keely Ringo, may have the same impact that Jalen Carter has on that defense this year. If they're saying what he says. Has Vic Fangio unlocked some new potential in Ringo that we didn't know about? The cornerback competition is going to be intense once the season starts. Devontae, agreed. Thank you for the super chat. Fantastic. I think it's got a lot to do with new coaching and being put in a scheme that fits your skill set. Nice job. Way to go. I'm really looking forward to seeing the next step here when it comes to training camp with the pads. I want to tell you something. I heard John McMullen say this with Xander, and I think John misses the point. John's not, John says this all the time. I'm there all the time. Well, you're not a player either. So I'll give you from a perspective of this. It's not so much what you're doing in helmets and shorts. Are you getting the reps? If coaches want to see you on tape, whether you're in pads or helmets or shorts, that's irrelevant. Let me ask you something. If your boss talks to you every day and gives you a conversation every day, and he's talking to you about 20, 25 minutes a day, and there's another guy in the building who's a sales guy and he never talks to, who do you think he values more? Remember what I told you about Jimmy Johnson, what he told me about him being on my ass all the time? He's giving me shit. He's talking to me. He's doing this. He's ripping me a new one. And I said, damn, why are you always on my ass? Worry when I'm not talking to you, son. That's when you need to worry the most. Got it. Thank you, Coach. That's why it's important. Minicamp. Helmets and shorts. Guys doing good wheel routes. I get it. But, and by the way, silly with his made-up stories. Hey, dickbag, he said that here. One of the 20 times Jimmy Johnson's been on this program. That's exactly what he said. Coach used to say that all the time to us. Okay? This kid here, man, good for him. When you're getting reps, that's a telltale sign that you're in people's mindset that they're going to use. You see, you got to remember something. Out of the 90 men, they're going to pick 53 men for a roster, and they're going to pick about 32 men that they're going to use all year. The rest of them are going to be on the sidelines chewing ice. That's what they're going to pick, and they're going to weed that down. Then they weed it to 22. They already know. One of the cool things about the Eagle roster, they already know 90% of their roster. But I'll tell you one thing that Vic is doing. Give it to him, boy. I'll tell you something. That dude is clearly going to play. That's how Bill Belichick coaches. He's going to play the best guy. He doesn't give a shit what it says. He's going to play the best guy there is. Okay? Cooper DeJean looks better than Quinyon Mitchell right now. Now, again, this is a conversation where you go helmets and shorts. Okay? But to me, they are giving him more reps. And I think they like his versatility more than Quinyon Mitchell. Do you notice they've dropped Mitchell in the slot, played him at corner? But I think they like this kid, DeJean, right now a little more. Hey, could that change in the training camp? No question. But I'd rather have positive conversations and a positive out view going into training camp than people having doubts about my abilities. That's what this is also. You're setting up your depth chart for training camp with this. Good night. I can't believe people that cover the Eagles or cover the NFL doesn't get what mini camps are. This is how you formulate your depth chart going into the July 27th training camp. Do you not know that? Has anyone ever told you that? I can't be the first person to tell you that. Can I? The coaches are, hey, let me show you something here. And is that next? Not yet. So here's what's happened. Who were the starting linebackers prior to OTAs? Inside linebackers. Who were the starting linebackers going into OTAs and going into the final day of OT, mandatory minicamp? Who were the starting inside linebackers that were on the depth chart? Which I get daily. Who are your starting inside linebackers at the start of OTAs? No. It was Dean and White. Now, because Dean couldn't play, Zach Braun's getting a big look. And in my opinion, he got Wally pipped. He ain't ever going to get that job back unless a catastrophic injury happens to Zach Braun. Unless he got Wally pipped. He's now a third-team guy. They are looking at him, and they are giving him a long look. And I do agree, JM. I think Braun is Vic's guy. I'm going to say something here, and you guys tell me. Seals, your take on White looking like a stud. I'm not there. I'm not there. You guys tell me if this is fair or not fair. Gardner Johnson has a big mouth. Is that good or bad? Still said White was a dude, a dud. He was in Tampa. Gardner Johnson with a big mouth. Is that good or bad? I'm not ripping it. I'm not ripping it. I'm asking. Is that good or bad? Hey, if anybody likes shit talking, it's got to be me. Okay? I mean, We missed his mentality last year, says Nick. It's good. The Slacker goes, it's entertaining. It's needed. I want attitude on that defense. Okay. You're talking me into it. It's good to a point. Depends on the situation. Well, wait a minute. Spin. He doesn't have a filter. So if he has a big mouth, you're going to have to take the good and the bad with that. By the way, I'm not ripping it. How could I rip that? How could I? I mean, I can't rip that. I'm the ultimate shit talker. I want a violent, nasty defensive mentality. Yeah, this guy's got no filter. Turpin just pisses other teams off and creates unnecessary pressure on the team. Man. Y'all saw that? Do it with respect. Hey, man, you don't talk shit. Hey, Raj, you don't talk shit. Respect and talking shit, I don't think belong in the same book. You know what I mean? I don't think that belongs in the same book. So, I'm going to go like this. I'm Switzerland too on it. I don't know, because he's talking a lot of shit out there. But you know what I also heard? He's coaching up some of the safety guys, telling DeJean and all these other guys that they're doing a really good job. And yeah, okay. And he's talking shit out there. He's really active. He's vocal. That gets in people's ass. I like it. DC, okay? Okay, I like it. I like shit talking. I think it brings a swagger to you. I do. I think it brings a swagger. And get this, but you have to take hey, sometimes he's going to talk shit, and it's not going to be good shit, and you got to eat that shit. Just like you take with the good, and you go, no, well, it's like Manny being Manny. Okay? Good for Mitchell, superstar in the making. We'll see. I think the kid DeJean's playing a little bit better. Let's see here. Baltimore owns the NFL. You're right. We need a lot of that on defense, says Adam. Okay. Number 5. Devin White is taking to the coaching style of Vic. Hey, Prince, you could be right. Prince could be right, and I'm wrong. How many times you heard that on this program? You could be right, Prince. He's taken a shine to Vic Fangio's style of coaching. I mean, he is. And even the other coaches are noticing it. Okay? I mean, they're noticing it. And the only problem that I have with that kind of mentality, okay? The only time that I have a problem with that mentality so if the ship starts sinking, is he going to go down again? And we're going to be on the guy you show up to work sometimes. One day this guy's in a good mood. The next day he's in a shitty mood. The next day, I hate those kind of people. Don't bring your problems on me. I don't want to hear your bullshit. I got enough of my own life to deal with. Don't bring your shit on me. And I don't want to care how you're feeling. You know what I mean, that guy? You go to work and you got to ask him how you're like, fuck that. I don't care how your life is going. I don't care what that means. I have my own problems. How some of the people want to make, they bring their shit on you so that you'll feel bad for them. You're like this. I don't care about that. If it's family related, it's one thing. If it's not, come on, man. What do you make of Goddard losing a ton of weight? Is it trying to help him as he gets older, thinking that some of the weight loss may be a factor in his being injury prone. I don't know if I like a tight end being thinner. I mean, he's pretty good at the point of attack. He's kind of a baby Gronk kind of guy. I don't know. I think maybe he's doing it because he wants to be more implemented into the offense, because what kind of tight ends did they run there in Dallas? Kellen Moore was there. Okay? I mean, right? Here's the thing with Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith is getting very little reps, which means they don't want to see him. Some would go, they want to take a look at the other guys. He's the 31st pick a year ago. What are you talking about? Other guys. There are no other guys. What are you talking about? This is not a 5th rounder. He's a 1st round pick. What are you talking about? Other guys. He's not getting, he has no film on him in this camp. Some will go like this. Well, it's helmets and shorts. I know. He can't even get on film, which means the coaches don't want to see him. What's that tell you? You can't get on the field in the regular season, and you can't get on the field in helmets and shorts, and the coaches don't want to see you, and Fangio's not sold on you, and you can't even get game tape on him or practice tape in helmets and shorts? You think there's a problem? You should. If that were me, I'd be panicking. Holy cow. Everyone else is getting 15 to 25 reps. I'm getting 5. Shit. Helmets and shorts. Wait till training camp comes. He'll get none. That's a preparation for the season. Yeah. You know what Prince said? Huff barely got anything. The difference between 18 million bucks and a 10 sack guy and a guy who's done dick is the sun and the moon. You're paying a guy 18 million bucks versus a guy who you don't even know what you got. It's not the point. Bob says Smith should excel in helmets and shorts. That's the point. They don't even want to see him on tape. Prince, it's been the entire minicamp. The entire minicamp. He's gotten very little reps. It's not just one day. Wow. You're going to hang on him like you hung on Dean. Okay. Good luck to you. Once again, it's helmets and shorts, and there's no tape on him. You're comparing him to an $18 million guy. Okay. Clips goes, they're not playing any of the DE. He's an OLB. And so wait a minute. So Vic Fangio's not going to practice a guy and line him up September 6th with not knowing what the fuck he has. Okay. And you lost 18 sacks last year. How dumb can you get? Jesus criminy. Okay. As we said, Zach Braun getting a lot of looks and a lot of reps at linebacker. Lot. I think that's great. Number 9. Offense is continuing to struggle, but now we know why. It's a brand new offense. It's an absolutely brand new offense. Hey, Mike, am I saying that name right? Baun? It's not Braun, it's Baun, right? Okay. That's the kid from the Niners, or is that the kid from New Orleans? Oh, Oren Burke, what happened to him? Another guy, no reps in minicamp? They're not very high on him then. Especially when you have New Orleans. Thank you, guys. Especially when you have so many question marks on defense. Again, guys, don't ever compare anybody that's on that football team right now to Bryce Huff. Bryce Huff, you don't have to get a lot of reps out of him. You know why? You're paying him $18 million. You're seeing a ton of checkdowns. I don't think that's a bad thing. I actually think I wish we did more of that a year ago. I think the offense could have benefited a ton. DeAndre Swift could have been utilized a lot better than what he was in the passing game if they had used more checkdowns. I don't think that's wrong in any way whatsoever. Okay? I don't. You got to remember something here. That was my takeaways. We'll have more a little bit later on today. But I'll say this to you. My takeaways from what a player and coach says is going to be completely different than yours with people with pens and paper. It's going to be completely different. The people that sit in the stands and on the sidelines are going to have a completely different view of how I hear or see things. So that's fine. Okay? But I know when you're not getting reps in minicamp, you're not high on their list. You're preparing the roster for training camp on who's going to be your depth guys. The depth chart's being set now. Coming off of that's what OTAs and minicamp are for. Who looks the most prepared? Who looks like he understands the defense or offense the most? And you build your depth chart that way. That's how it's been done for 100+ years. I mean, Brady won Super Bowls with check down. Absolutely. Brady was not a deep passer. He was to Gronk, Aaron Hernandez, 15-yard ins, outs on the number, and checkdowns. That's how he won a Super Bowl. Absolutely. And then get this. Brady broke every passing record on the planet as a check-down quarterback. Isn't that the most remarkable thing, too, when you think about it? The guy who threw the shortest passes in NFL history almost is the all-time leading passer. Jesus, criminy, and winner. If that's not a barometer and a litmus test to show you how to win, even Patrick Mahomes is now doing that shit. Right? With what I heard you say about Ringo, he'd be a better safety than a numbers guy. That's the point I'm making to you here. He's now put himself in a conversation where he's in this. What do we do with him? That's what I meant by that. What do we do with him? So let me do this. Let me give you my takeaways for the first 2 days. Defensively, very optimistic. Very optimistic. Guys getting reps. You got a quality guy motivating Devin White. You got another guy, and this guy, Vaughn is Nick Vick's taking a shine to. Again, training camp, exhibition football will tell us a lot more about that. They're getting a ton of reps. He feels comfortable with those guys. Great. This is not a starting lineup picked by Howie. That's a starting lineup on defense that's going to be picked by that coach and that coach alone. I think there's going to be conflict on that side of the ball with the front office on who to play and who not to play. Because when they don't get Nolan Smith's ass on the field, how's Howie going to feel about that? That's a reflection of him. I'll tell you something about Howie Roseman. One thing that is evident, he goes out of his way to protect his image. He goes out of his way to make sure that image is protected. Whether it's coaching hires, draft picks, trades like Reddick, he goes out of his way to shut down any negativity that could be said about his reputation. His reputation means everything to him on how he's perceived. And that's why Bob Lane calls my bosses glorified CPA. He got hung up over that because that guy goes out of his way to protect his reputation and how people perceive him instead of doing his fucking job. He fixed it. Hey, dude, you broke it. He wants to get pats on the back for both. You were the guy that hired the inferior coaches. And then you made Nick do your dirty job. Nick has the job because you know why? He cleaned up Howie's mess. That's why. Howie hired him. Nick fired him. Nick didn't hire him. That's why your boy, that's his job. To clean up Howie and your owner's mess. That's his role. Because the quarterback doesn't know what kind of football role he has. Tell me I'm wrong. I am very optimistic. Dude, this kid, Keely Ringo, holy shit, what a leap. It's not so much. Get this too. You know why that's significant and how they're throwing praise out? Coaches don't do that when you drafted a first and a second rounder and you're giving Keely Ringo more praise than them. That's not how that works. The first rounders get all the love. They get all the love. All right. Guy who's been killing it on Birds 365. And I really love what I'm hearing on that program. By the way, Farzetta's going to join us too. We got both guys who kick off the broadcasting here on JAKIB. Farzetta's going to be with us at 5:30. And here's Xander, who is a co-host of Birds 365 with John McMullen. And they guys have just elevated that program and continuing to do a great job. Great job, brother, and I appreciate you doing this.
Thank you, Big Sills. How you doing, man, on this nice Thursday out?
Absolutely. June 6th, baby, because I know the big JAKIB is always a big military day.
Yep, absolutely.
One of those days, man, that you know what? You give thanks to the greatest team of all time.
100%.
That moment on Normandy is special and spectacular.
Yep, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Big day. Shout out to my brother who put out a great tweet about it. He's a veteran in the military, so big stuff, good stuff from that, and thanks to you for recognizing as well.
Xander, your takeaways from – let's go first with Nick and Jalen's comments.
Yeah, they didn't strike me the same as they struck you. I don't think they're great. but it's clearly not Nick Sirianni's offense, right? I mean, that's completely out the door. I think almost he's at that point where he's going to own up to that. This is a Kellen offense. I guess what I'm curious to see now after hearing that is how much of it is a modified Kellen offense. Like, is it, like you said, it's going to be the same implementation that he had with Dak? Is it going to be that, or is it going to be a Jalen Hurts version of the Kellen offense? Because I don't think Jalen Hurts is equipped to do it the way Dak did it. Obviously, that's not a knock on either quarterback. They're just different quarterbacks. So we'll see. But yeah, Nick's a puppet. Nick has really been castrated, and that's been confirmed. It was obviously a big talking point. Everybody talked about it. It's true. That's what's happened. You know, whether you want to admit it or not, John doesn't like to say that. I don't really care. That's the truth. He's been castrated. I don't even know what his role is. I really don't.
The quarterback couldn't even define it today. When asked the question in the press conference, Xander, a guy blatantly asked the question, goes, what's Nick's role now? And he goes, that's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's why there
was a moment to defend him, and there's a moment he could have defended him, and he didn't.
That's why as excited, yeah, true. And that's why as excited as I am for this season, there's a big pit in my stomach of worry, because who are the two most important components of any football team? It's your head coach and it's your quarterback. And my two biggest questions are around those two elements of the team. And they're worse on Nick than they are on Jalen. I don't dislike Jalen like you, and I wouldn't even go as far as to say
I don't dislike Jalen.
No, you dislike the style of play.
Yes.
So where I would disagree with you on that is, for me, I take it by a player-by-player basis. Like, there's plenty of pocket passing quarterbacks that I would not take over Jalen Hurts. Now, if you have a pocket passing quarterback that has talent like Joe Burrow, okay, that's a different ballgame, right? But I would rather have Jalen Hurts' talent and that style of quarterback over Sam Darnold.
Okay, but here, let me stop you here with that then. If Jalen Hurts is not going to be a running quarterback, would you take Jalen Hurts' pocket passing over Kirk Cousins?
No.
Okay. That's my problem.
But Kirk Cousins is very proficient, but he also doesn't win games. Now, winning is not a quarterback stat. I get all that. I think Kirk is underrated. I'm a Kirk Cousins guy. I've always been a Kirk Cousins guy. Guy moves the ball, man. Guy throws that ball like just
22 Hurts. I'm taking no over Cousins.
Well,
because you know why? Offense. He does more.
The sad part about it is you could argue in this offense, Kirk. Think about the weapons.
Oh, he would annihilate.
I mean, Justin Jefferson torched the league with a guy like Kirk Cousins. Now, I don't know if that means they're going to be a great football team, but they would certainly be a great offense.
Right. And here's the thing, too. I don't know if that was John or Frank's or whomever, when asked the question to Jalen, and Jalen Hurts said this, he goes, what do you make of how much of the offense? He goes, 95% of it's new.
Yeah,
he goes, and when I heard that, everyone at the press conference went 95%.
Yeah,
that's awful high. And the day before, you had the coach talking about meshing of the old and the new. Dude, that's why I went, oh, they're just adding to Nick's off. No way. I was wrong. This is a Kellen Moore operation, dog. Plain and simple. That's why I'm saying, okay, so are you really going to run that Dak offense?
Yeah,
what's the offense going to look like?
It's got to be some version of Kellen Moore's ability to move the ball around, to have a proficient passing game, but also incorporating the style of your star quarterback. If you don't have that integrated into the offense, it's pointless. Like we talked about before, we can't just have a revolving door, and every time a new coordinator comes in here, there's a whole new system. There's a whole new approach. There's a whole new everything. It has to be around Jalen Hurts. So if there's do you think Kellen Moore will use his philosophy, per se, where he spreads the ball, passing offense with Jalen Hurts' style? I don't know what exactly that looks like, but we're about to find out. Because if it's not that, then it's pointless. Why would you try and install, just like I wouldn't?
Well, now we know why all three quarterbacks are struggling, because it's all new.
Yeah, it's all new. So
it's not skill. This is not skill. Here Here's Jalen's comments. Jalen was asked this. He was even asked if he likes the offense. Here's what he said. Too early to say. I'm in a position right now where I'm learning terminology, and right now it's a little too early. We'll see how this thing plays out. Get this. He doesn't even know, Xander, if he fucking likes the offense or not yet.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if he likes it. We got to win. Is it a winning offense? But here's my question, where you say it's not about skill. It might be a little bit about skill, because this offense, at least right now in May and June in passing camp, it requires them to get the ball out quick. You're hearing a lot of plays being blown dead because there's no sacks at this point of the year. You know what I mean? If they don't get it, if they don't get the ball out, they blow it dead. So that's happening a lot. And does that mean Jalen's still? Now, I guess that could be because he's learning the offense.
He's learning it. I never heard Jalen talk about learning so much. It's a brand. This is
Muggsy. That's true. That's true.
Muggsy, I was taken by that Jalen was like, this is completely new. And what happens, Xander, he's learning like French now.
Yeah.
It's like a brand new foreign language that he's learning. And you know what he's going to look? He's going to be late on throws. He's going to be late throwing the ball remember what he said in the press conference today? Until it becomes habit, until it becomes repetition. Right now, we're going through that process. He was answering that the nice way.
I still think there's bigger upside, though, with this offense. Now, there's going to be a learning phase when you learn a new offense. But if he does get it down, I think Kellen Moore has the opportunity to unlock a good version of Jalen Hurts.
You know what I took away from that thing? I'm less down on Hurts and more down on Nick than I've ever been, more.
I've always been down on Nick.
Because you know why? He's his ego won't allow him to step completely away and just say this. Why does he have to say, we're going to implement some of the language, could be some of the things we did a year. He's justifying his presence. His ego won't do this. It's Kellen Moore's offense. And you know what? I love the fact, remember one of the things we talked about a year ago? If Jalen Hurts is going to evolve, hey, sometimes a better coach helps your player evolve into a better freaking player. Yeah. Look at what happened with Jared Goff when he had Sean McVay. He evolved from a guy like Jeff Fisher to Sean McVay. They went to a Super Bowl.
There you go.
It happens. It's okay.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with this comment too. Moore's making him a smarter quarterback. I agree. I think he's putting him, and we talked about this in one of my first segments where I'm like, Kellen's going to force Jalen to play the game a different way than he has in the past. It's going to be quick passes. There's going to be quick reads. He's going to be forced to do it. It might take him a bit to learn it, but you might create a better quarterback for the long term, because I'm a Jalen guy. I'm not a over-the-top Jalen guy. I understand that we go as far as he's going to take us, so we need him to be great. If he is not great, then this is all for naught. So I like Jalen Hurts. I think this offense could force him to be the best version of Jalen Hurts, but it could also be the opposite. He also might not be able to get the ball out quick enough. He also might not be able to throw the ball all around the yard like Kellen wants him to. And you'll see by the way Kellen calls plays.
I want to see it too. Hey, man, remember what you said to me about Nick coaching DBs? Sounds like he's coaching DBs, man. He goes, something he learned in high school. I got a 30,000-foot view now, and I saw a DB, and I went over in the DB room, and I said something, and I'm going, yeah, that's what I want. I want I want Nick Sirianni coaching DBs. I mean, he's trying to find a place where there's no place.
I would urge you to think about it this way as well. I don't know if it's true or not, but here's how I would view that as well. Are you sure it's all Nick Sirianni's ego?
No.
Remember who hires Nick Sirianni?
Absolutely.
And the minute Nick Sirianni's up there saying, Vic Fangio is the captain of the defense, Kellen Moore is the captain of the offense, he doesn't look too hot. And that's a reflection on the guy who hired him and kept him in the building for another year. So I don't know if it's all Nick Sirianni who's up there, or, he's like a puppet and they're just telling him what to say and he's up there saying whatever.
Do you think Nick Sirianni gets in the way this year?
No, I don't think they're going to let him. I don't think they're going to let him. I honestly don't. I don't think he's a great coach, but I don't think it's all his doing, if that makes sense. Like yeah. Like I don't know if he would.
He follows a script.
Right. He follows a script, and the script isn't good, and he's also not that great. So I don't know. He also did take us to a Super Bowl.
He
right?
did. Or was it Howie? I'm confused. Who took us to the Super Bowl? If you listen to one or the other, Howie in the locker room patting all his guys on the back when he's there in Indianapolis. I'm like, who brought us there? I'm a little confused. All right. This is going to hurt you massively.
Okay.
Because I know that you're not going to want to go down this route because you have a love affair with some of your guys.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay. Hey, Brandon Graham telling me and talking to me about June 6th, about telling me that we had bad coaches a year ago when you're in the middle of the Chernobyl meltdown, when somebody needed to stand up in the locker room and say fucking something when it was a nuclear meltdown, and telling me now because Howie's now fixed the mess that he lit on fire. And all of a sudden, he's fixed the shit that he broke. You're supposed to get kudos for breaking something and fixing it. And all of a sudden, you got now a mouthpiece telling you, hey, now we got better coaches and it's fixed. Where were you in December? Where were you in November when that team needed a total vocal leader because the quarterback tried it after the Jets game and you made him walk it back on Wednesday when I had to clarify when I said we weren't on the same page? Dude, that quarterback had a chance to develop some leadership skills there and the organization stopped it.
It's interesting you're mad at Brandon Graham because he vindicated you in a big way. I'm not sure.
Wait a minute. Listen. Brandon Graham has been 99.9% the perfect Eagle. But now that you're becoming a role on the victory tour lap, he doesn't need to do the thing that he despises the most. You don't have to be a flag waver for your organization because you helped build it.
He has always been an Eagles flag waver. He always has been.
So you subscribe to what he's doing here?
I agree with your analysis of, hey man, sounds great in June 6th of 2024. Where was it in December 6th of 2023? But
by the way, I love the player.
I'm not behind closed doors. How do we know that he wasn't saying stuff?
I said you needed a vocal leader.
Your coaches are incompetent. When the head of your defense and offense last year are incompetent, what can a player like Brandon Graham, who's on a limited snap count, do to turn that thing around? Is it possible?
A guy like him with that equity in the locker room?
The coaches were the same. It was still going to be those coaches.
If
that defense wasn't going to have a good year last year, I don't care what Brandon Graham said.
If Brandon Graham came out and said it's becoming, didn't Fletcher Cox say some shit like that in 21 or something when they were doing something defensively and he said something, he got up and said, we're doing a little bit too much and it's getting too confusing. I mean, and you can be subtle. You know, guys like that don't have to say a lot. Guys like that could say a couple words and it means more because you know why? The equity they build. Yeah. See, do you know why Nick talks so much? Nick talks so much because he doesn't have the confidence in his own ability. Brandon Graham and Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelce can only use 3 words, and it's more of a punch. Why? Because they have the equity in the locker room to do it. Hey, we stink. We got to be better.
But do you think what if Brandon Graham, let's just say he did do that and he did say something, do you think that would have been enough to turn that around? No. I don't think it would have been.
No, but it would have put people on blast.
Yeah, I mean, the players do deserve accountability. You're right about that. This is not just like a coach thing. It's not. I get the coaches weren't good last year, and it sounds like we got some better coaches in the room, but these are grown men making millions of dollars a year. There needs to be some accountability on them as well.
Let me ask you this. If Mike Tomlin was in that building last year during that meltdown, you see a guy like Marcus Pouncey come walking off the bench there and that Cleveland thing. Hey, this is bigger than you. Look at me. Don't say anything. This is bigger than you.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. All right. So let me go through some of the day 2. And I'm not supposed to be saying names because I'm going to get my ass kicked by a couple guys, so I got to behave myself here a little bit.
Yeah,
You know?
Hurts had another mediocre day today on day 3. There's some stuff coming out now about that.
I can't wait because my phone is blowing up right now, so I can't wait to read that. So let me give you day 2 first before we get into this is. But wait a minute. Now that I know what's going on, I'm more understanding with Hurts now in this that it's a brand new offense. So I'm more like this now. Oh, well, gee, brand new offense on June 6th. Okay. Let's move off for Hurts then. But he did struggle on deep throws, and I'm probably going to hear the same thing. This kid, Keely Ringo, dude.
Yeah, dude, he's going to be
Holy
good.
piss. Incredible.
Yeah, he's going to be good. And we talked, I don't know if we talked, did we talk about this the other day? When he's 20 or 21 years old now, if he stayed in school another year at Georgia, he was a first-round pick. He would have been drafted before Quinyon Mitchell this year if he stayed at Georgia for one more year. I'm confident of that. He would have been the number 1 cornerback taken if he stayed healthy and everything. He was a beast in college, and he's very young, so we took him early. We got a 4th-round pick on him. I would look out for him to be above the two young guys that we drafted this year. I think he has better potential than them. Now, I don't know if he's going to live up to it.
He's now put himself in this conversation, Xander.
Yeah.
Like, how about this? What the hell are we going to do with him?
Well, it's not him. They're not going to get rid of him.
No. What do we do? Like, where do we put him? Like, where do we put him?
Wait, let me ask you this, because I was thinking about this, and I'm not saying I want to go there. So before everybody jumps on my back and gets all mad at me, I'm not saying I want to go there. I'm saying that this is a business, and this is how NFL teams think. If Keely Ringo steps up and can become the player we're thinking, by the way, he's a physical corner, Dan. You're going to like his style of play when you see him. He's not like a zone guy. He is a physical corner. That's why last year he struggled in practice. John said he's a game player. When you put him in the game, he's physical. He's up in your face. If he pans out, if Quinyon Mitchell pans out,
I know what you want to do.
if Cooper DeJean is a slot guy, plus the depth there with Avonte Maddox and stuff, is Slay on the trade block?
No. Too much youth. You got to have some veteran leadership back there.
I agree. I do think you're right. I just wonder, he's 33.
I'm clearly dumping Bradbury, though.
Yeah, after the year you're gonna move on from Slay.
Yes.
I wonder if they're like, hey, what if I can get a 4th-round pick back right now?
So you're saying, if anything, I would bend maybe trading deadline if those guys look great.
Yeah. Yep.
And then do what Kansas City did and just drop the 2 young corners in.
Yeah, I guess it's probably a little early for that. It really probably is.
I think it depends.
But remember, we also have Isaiah Rodgers. You also have Isaiah Rodgers. That's a more. I know he's coming back from the year off, but he is a more experienced corner. He started at corner in this league before. He's been around. Now he's a young dude, but he's not Quinyon Mitchell. He's got the experience. I mean, that's 4 corner. If you have Keely, who I think is going to be good, Quinyon, we don't know yet, but he looks like he's so far fitting the role that they drafted him for. Remember, you also have Maddox playing slot, so they could keep him at slot, or Cooper DeJean if he plays good. He had a good day yesterday with the ones. And Isaiah Rodgers, you have depth. I mean, you have another outside guy.
I think, if anything, that conversation will pop up at the trading deadline, not after training camp.
And remember, this time last year, or a little bit before this time last year, Darius Slay was all but off this team.
Oh, yeah.
You remember he got all mad at you on Twitter.
Goodbyes.
There was the million tweets. There was the goodbye, the
shot backs at Big Sills.
Yeah, I just wonder if they're thinking about that, because it is a business. You could probably get some value out of Slay. And after this year, I don't believe Slay will be on this football team.
He won't be, because he'll be 33 then. And then some of that money.
Will he be 33 next year, or is he 33 right now?
He's 33 right now.
Let me check. He's 33, man. In January, he'll be 34.
Okay, you're out. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's totally gone. All right. Looks like Cooper DeJean kind of looks a little bit better right now. Again, this is where that helmets and shorts that John said today kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But I just think it's because his versatility is giving him more reps. And he's doing well at both the slot and the corner. And that's why I think they like him a lot.
I'm predicting that white man can play outside corner.
He's the next Jason Sehorn.
Whatever you want to call him. I think he's going to be good, man. I like what I'm seeing.
He's going to be the Christian McCaffrey of DBs on the Eagles.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, Iowa, man. Iowa puts out some white boys in the NFL. Most of them are offensive linemen, but yeah. So we'll see. But I think he's going to be good. I just don't know if he's going to, with how much depth they have back there, where is he going to settle, right? I mean, I don't think you want to put a guy into his rookie year just moving him.
No.
Oh, I know it's great he can do it, but you do kind of want to let him get his feet wet in the NFL at one position. So maybe that's slot corner. I think it might fall where Isaiah Rodgers is slot corner. You know, if you have Keely and Quignon for one side and Slay on the other, maybe Slay plays a lesser amount of snaps this year. Maybe he is 33. You know, Isaiah Rodgers has fought for a spot on this team. Where's he going to be?
That's a damn good comparison to Keely. If he turns out to be Cam Chancellor, you got and Cam Chancellor was a 4th rounder. You get Cam Chancellor at that guy. Holy
Somebody
cow.
put that in the chat, or did you just come up with that?
No, Steven said it right here. Steven said Cam Chancellor, the new Cam Chancellor.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Got him. Steven
You put
Slager
that. If that kid turns out to be Cam Chancellor, man, you got quite a ball player.
Yeah.
What's your take on Gardner Johnson's big mouth? Is
like
it bad or good?
I think it's good.
See, I can't rip shit talking.
Yeah, no, you definitely can't rip shit talking. But I think
can't.
shit talking's good. Shit talking's good at any level of sport. Shit talking is good for, especially now. What I wonder is it gonna rub people the wrong way? But like, if it does, you're soft. You know, like go out there and play ball. We need more aggressiveness on defense. They were getting bounced off of last year in that Bucs game. They couldn't tackle to save their life. Most of the time, people that are loud like that, people that are like Chauncey specifically, like CJ, they tackle. They're aggressive players. We need more of that. So I like it. I'm good with it completely. I hope the young guys learn from it. You know, I'd like to see Ringo or some of these young guys
develops an attitude.
Yeah, develop an attitude. You need an attitude. You want to play cornerback in the NFL, You're gonna get beat. You know, you got to move on to the next. Your memory's got to be short. You got to get back to that line and get ready to play again. You got to have an attitude, man. You got to think nobody can beat you and nobody's gonna beat you, even when you do get beat. So I'd love to see more of that. You know, sometimes wait. Did you hear what Quignon said to AJ? Dude, that's great.
I heard him say that.
He's
that's
like,
AJ's
like, this guy hasn't said a word all camp. And I run a route on him and he goes, that's a trash route to your $32 million wideout. I love that. Like that is great trash talk right there.
A guy walks right up to one of the top dogs in the league at that.
That's how you know he's got that dog in him. He's just got to
that's a shitty route you just ran.
Yeah, hilarious. I love it.
Beautiful, actually. And you know what? It kind of gives that secondary a little bit of a swagger.
Yeah. And they need that, man. That's what we're talking about. They need more swagger on defense. They had none of that last year.
All right, here. How about this one? I heard John say this. And I heard also John kind of this morning. And I know he is concerned a little bit about it. He got to remember something, Xander. It's helmets and shorts, correct. But what you're doing in minicamp and OTAs, you're setting your depth chart up for training camp.
Exactly.
And if you're not getting reps, they're not getting you on film. And someone goes, well, Bryce Huff didn't. Bryce Huff's got $18 million in the bank. They're playing him. He's not going anywhere. This kid here couldn't get on the field last year, and he can't get in camp and OTAs and minicamp now. So my point is, remember I told you what my coach said, Coach, why are you on my ass? Worry when I'm not. They're not looking at him right now. Is that a concern on Nolan Smith?
Yeah. I was waiting for you to go milk carton Nolan Smith. And I don't understand the philosophy here. He's a first-round draft pick, dude.
31st pick.
Everybody else has these expectations. I see third-round picks have higher expectations. Nobody cares. Everyone's like, oh, you let him develop. I'm like, dude, he's a first-round draft pick. We're counting on him to have significant snaps this year. Our defense does not have depth at edge rusher if Nolan Smith is not a player this year. That's a fact. We don't know. We don't even know what Bryce Huff's going to be. We know what Josh Sweat is, I think, at this point. He's a guy who's good, but he's not there every game. He doesn't bring it every game. Something happens. I don't know what it is. He fell off a cliff last year, too many snaps. But is his snap number going to go down this year? Doesn't look like
it's going to go up. It's going
go
to
up.
be right around where it was a year ago.
Exactly. Especially if Nolan Smith can't get on the field. Brandon Graham's not going to lower their snap counts. He's 35. So Nolan Smith is like in the bullseye for me.
How
like,
about this? I got more question marks than Nolan Smith and Jordan Davis.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. 100%. Jordan Davis has shown, I get what you're saying. We need Jordan Davis to be a big player, but he has shown things. He has shown signs, and his role is tougher to gauge because of what it is. Playing nose tackle is harder to get people to notice you, but he is doing his job, and you're going to see it this year when Jalen Carter's busting through the line of scrimmage because Jordan Davis is eating up 2 blockers because he's huge. That's his role.
Jameson, Hassan Reddick's not at mandatory minicamp. That's next week for the Jets.
Yeah, you looking at what Hassan Reddick getting paid. I don't know if I blame him for holding out.
Hey, by the way, did you see that there's a story going around in New York that the Jets may be looking to move him?
Oh, really? Reddick?
Yeah.
Really? Because they don't want to give him a new contract.
Yeah. They may be willing
to
move
him for more than Howie moved him to them for. Oh, that's not going to look good.
They may be taking calls on moving him again.
Yeah, but Dan, he's set to make 14.5 this year. He's almost 30 years old, so he knows his time to earn big is dwindling quick. Another year under his belt is going to be bad news. And there's dudes who are way lesser than him, making more money than him. Bryce Huff, right here in Philly. So I don't blame him for holding out, but eventually someone's going to have to pay him. I think the one-trick pony thing hurts him.
It does.
Yeah, it does, big time.
That's right, because again, he's not, as much as I have issues at times with Michael Parsons, I look at it and say this and go, well, wait a minute, he's more versatile. By the way, let me show you what a shitty teammate. Where is Reddick at camp? He doesn't have to be there. Next week he does.
This is pretty funny from Underdog. The fan base will let Hurts develop until he's 68. Underdog, it's sad how right you are about that. There's no timeline. It's just like, oh, he's our baby. Let's just let him keep going. And like, this is where I differ. I like Hurts, but man, you better show it this year because we need you to be great.
How about this? Tell me, I'm going to go a little off screen. I got 2 more here.
Yeah.
So what is it with Parsons going like this when asked the question, hey, if I don't play here in Dallas, I'd really love to play in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're such a dick. What is your problem, guy?
He's almost more in tune and cares more about the media career than he does the football career. I don't have a problem with it because he's setting himself up, but he just doesn't strike me as somebody I would want on my team, even with how talented he is.
How would you like to play with that?
Yeah, like even with how good he is as a player and talent-wise, I don't know. I'm not like I get why maybe Jerry's like, I don't know, dude. Like I don't know if I should pay you to the money.
You think all 3 of those guys will be paid? CD, Parsons, and Dak?
If they are, that would be crazy bad GMing by Jerry Jones. Crazy bad because they're going to be
great for the Eagles.
It would be great for the Eagles because Dak's going to make 60 or 55, 58, whatever it would be. CD's going to make 35? He's going to want to match Justin Jefferson probably.
Yeah.
And Mike is going to make 25, 30?
Sure. He's going to make as much or more than Bosa.
Bosa makes 34.
Okay, well then he's going to match that or more.
No, he's Nick Bosa or Micah Parsons.
Not a conversation.
Come on, not even a conversation.
Not a conversation.
Not a conversation. So
one guy gets destroyed in the run. Sorry about that, DFW.
Yeah, Nick Bosa's a beast, man. That guy can play ball.
He can play. He surely can. All right, how about this one? Do you think there's too many voices in Jalen Hurts' ear with Kellen Moore and with Nick's influence or something, whatever he still thinks he has?
No, I don't. You're a quarterback of a billion-dollar franchise of an NFL team. You're one of 32 men in the world that possess that job. It's going to come with things. You got to be able to manage voices. You got to be able to manage your team. You got to be able to lead. You got to be able to do these things. You're getting paid prettily for it. I'm not going to take it away from you. So no, I don't think there's too many voices in his head. Learn how to manage the voices, dude. I think he's going to.
You think he makes too many excuses up?
No, I don't think he's an excuse guy. Jalen doesn't strike me as an excuse guy at all.
I don't. You know what? I thought that the way he, dude, it's funny the way he answered that freaking question, though. It was so honest. No,
What, the one where he rambled for 95 seconds about the offense?
Yeah,
and
95% new. And,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, we're in a position now. And I went, the reporters in the room went, what? 95% new? Everyone, it was like an epiphany to the Philly media that Nick had been clipped. So it wasn't so much about Kellen and Jalen.
It was more about Nick.
Complete indictment today on Nick and his How about this one? Hey, what's your coach's role? Good question. Hey, wait a minute.
They vindicated you there, Dan.
People aren't
Nobody comes back to apologize. I'll go back and read the comments on JAKIB of people ripping you all year long because you were telling them nobody respected the coaches in the locker room last year. And now you're right, but nobody's going to give you your flowers. I'll sit here and give you your flowers. You were saying that all year. And now even Brandon Graham vindicated you in a big way. We had terrible coaches last year. Not good. Richard Jackson, tell me to shut up again. Shut up, Richard.
All
Shut
right.
up, Richard,
Hey,
you dork.
Xander, are you good with the checkdowns?
Well, it depends.
There's a ton of them. They say
there's a lot of them. Yeah, I've said this to John because it's passing camp. So there's no running. There's no play action, which Kellen Moore likes a lot, which I think they're going to use this year because I think they're going to use Saquon as a bell cow back, not as a dual threat back where you throw to him a lot too. I think he's more of a bell cow back, run to set up the pass. Kellen Moore, run to set up the play action. So I think it's okay as long as there's a balance when the time comes. But I almost think they're overcorrecting it now to create a balance. That's also how I feel about the 2.3 seconds. Like Doug Nussmeier, the quarterback's coach, spoke a couple days ago. He said 2.3 seconds to get the ball out. That's insanely fast.
Did you see what Jalen said about that today? He goes, that's the first I heard of that.
What, the 2.3 seconds?
Yeah.
No, did he say that?
Yeah, he goes, it's the first I heard that.
Oh, my gosh. Doug Nussmeier was up there chanting the 2.3 seconds.
Oh, he said that. I was like this. Wait a minute. He goes, so you could, no, here. Jalen goes like this. What are you referencing? I think John McMullen asked that.
Yeah, John. I wouldn't surprise me if John
and he goes, well,
I didn't get a chance to hear it all today. So
he goes, hey, that's the first I heard that.
Well, I think they are telling him to get the ball out quick. And that might be an overcorrection too, because like when he was great in 22, it was 2.8 seconds. Last year it was up over 3. Maybe they're trying to practice at 2.3 just to lower that average. Get that thing back down because we know you're not going to get it out that quick every play. But if we can get back to 2.8,
that's right. Yeah.
Right, then that's a good thing. And that's how I feel about the checkdowns.
They're putting him at a higher bar to get to 5 or 8.
Last year there was no checkdowns. If they do a lot of checkdowns practice and then during the season it evens out, balances out the offense a little bit, that's good. Because I think checkdowns are a part of football.
Brady won a Super Bowl.
I know.
From doing that. Man, this guy. Hey, this guy, Fredo Sirianni, man, has got an ego. He can't let go, man. I'll tell you one thing that I will give you, Xander.
What are you thinking of Kobe Dean riding pine?
I think it's wonderful. And I'll tell you why it's wonderful. It's not so much for the player, and I feel for him. Look, dude, fulfilling your dream and not being able to, I get it. It's brutal. You hate it. And I think people in there are probably going, Sills, congratulations. You've been right the whole time. Fuck that. I hate it for the kid. I totally hate it for the kid. It's not what I root for. I want to be wrong with that. I want him to make it. I want him to be good. That's not what I'm doing here. But what I do think is this. If you're a guy in there and you're a guy getting reps, he's going to play the best player. That sends a message to everyone on that defensive side of the football, no matter what round you're drafted. That's anti-Howie.
Yeah, it is. But
That's
it's proper
anti-Howie.
coach.
He's going to put the best guy in there.
It's proper coach. JM, are you looking? JM saying it was 2.6. No, I don't think JM. Maybe his pocket time, but not his time to throw. I believe they're talking about his time to throw. But yeah, you're right.
First I heard it.
You're right about Nakobe Dean. Guy's got to show it. I don't see it with him. I honestly don't. I didn't even see it when he was healthy. You know,
No, I didn't either.
And technically he would be coming back to be the Mike, which would mean it would be a battle between Devin and Zach Bond to be that weak side linebacker. I don't
see beating Bond out. I think that's Vic's boy.
Yeah, it is Vic's boy. It seems to be so far, for
Hey,
sure.
how about this? One last one here. I'll tell you this. Prince may be right here. I'll tell you, you know who else's taking a shine to Vic Fangio is Devin White.
Seems like all the defensive guys have, dude. Jalen Carter liked him. Jordan Davis likes him. Brandon Graham gave him his respect. Seems like they're all kind of respecting the presence. At least it feels good to have somebody that I know is confident in what he's doing. I think that goes a long way, right? Vic doesn't care
on the
if
Miami Dolphin guys. Takes a total shit on the Dolphin guys.
Yeah, now I will say Philly's not, even if he's great, there's going to be some people in Philadelphia that do not love the defense because his blitz percentages are consistent. It's going to be low.
Krause,
yeah.
Mr. Philly, hang on. Let's get to step one first. Communication. Let's start there and let's get to training camp, and then we'll implement it here. I'll tell you what, too. That Mekhi Becton kid, you hear what he said? Dude, my God almighty, and I'm sorry I'm going to say this because it's going to kill people too. As much as you dudes love Jim Johnson, your greatest position coach in the history of your franchise is Jeff Stoutland. It's Jeff Stoutland, and I'm going to tell you why. Mekhi Becton goes, hey, what do you make about playing left guard and right guard? And he goes, well, when Jeff Stoutland says something, you do it. And he goes, were you open to do stuff like that in New York? He goes, no. He goes, when Stoutland says something, yeah. He goes, it's a lot more traffic. I got an advantage because of my longer arms. He goes, how you feeling about it? He goes, hey, man, I'm here to do whatever he wants me to do. And I'm going this.
Mekhi's a smart guy. Mekhi Becton's about to get paid. Watch.
You hear what he said about Philly, too? He wants to stay here the rest of his career already. He's only in OTAs. He goes, he was asked.
Is that what Becton said today?
What?
Is that what Becton said today?
Becton goes like this when asked the question, do you want this to be a long-term thing? He goes like this. I love the city of Philly. I love the fans. And I hope that this is a long-time thing. And I hope that I'm here for a long time in my career.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, I said that to John. I'm like, this is a guy, to me,
he wants to be coached by him.
That sounds like how he's going to get in front of and try and extend. But then John's like, well, would the player want that? Because
the way he talked today,
our tackle positions are taken, though.
Not that right one.
Well,
2 years, that guy's gone.
2 years.
2-3 years.
Mekhi Becton could potentially make $15-20 million at that position on another team next year.
Okay, then drop me at the right guard.
It's like the Devontae Smith conversation. Like, is a player going to want that? Maybe. Maybe he would because he sees a long term with Stoutland where it's going to make him the best player and make him the most money in the long term. But
was he 24? 25?
25.
Okay, in 3 years, he's 27. He
takes
starting. Then you know what you do as what's his name's rolling out with that $20 million contract? You give it to him.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I would do. That's what I would try and do. I just wonder if Mekhi is going to be lured by. Even now, he's already worth more now.
Oh, yeah.
with the reports that he's playing guard at Eagles camp.
Dude, they're saying he's wait, look at this. 6'5", 6'7". The center's always going to be normally around 6'2", 6'3".
Wait, who's 6'5"? Nobody's 6'5". Lane's not 6'5". He's 6'6", 6'7". Nobody's 6'5" on that line. It's the Towers, man. 6'7", Mekhi Becton, 6'8", Jordan Mailata.
And then you got Wishbone. You got Wishbone
Landon Dickerson. That line is insane.
Wait, Wishbone needs a step ladder to look over that then, man, doesn't he?
I know, man. It's going to be five-step drops just to be able to see over them, dude.
I am more optimistic about the direction of the defense right now than I was a month and a half ago.
Is
Are
it
you?
is it credit on the defense or an indictment of the offense? Probably a little bit of both.
I just like the communication that I'm hearing.
Yeah, and it sounds like the guys are stepping up.
Yeah. Yeah. You
Showing
know,
up. Is Lane 6'5"? I thought he was 6'6".
hey, I am really thrilled. But also, here's the other takeaway. They're going to play the best guy. They're not going to play Howie's guy. They're going to play the best guy.
Yeah.
Now,
Well,
we'll have to wait and see September 6th if that works out like that. Because, at the end of the day, it's good here on June 6th to talk shit like that. But
Yeah.
when that all of a sudden you see Nakobe Dean and Nolan Smith in the starting lineup, are you going to have to go like this? Well, I have to walk that freaking thing back here, man. What's
dude,
your role, coach? I don't know. Oh, man. Xander, he got shit on today.
I know he did. I don't really care because I don't like Nick, so I don't care, man. But I worry about the cohesiveness of the team to be able to compete at a high level to go to a Super Bowl. I feel like you can't just string your head coach along to a Super Bowl, can you?
Hang on. Hey, Peter, we got this? Who you think you are, Suge Knight? Give me a break, dog. Hey, Xander, where are we in the likes right now?
Who
By the
knows,
way,
man?
they killed it yesterday. We're trying to get
Barbara's calling me out being worked up over the heights of the offensive linemen. You're right, I am. No, they're big dudes, but they can all play. Come on now, they can all play.
defense will be significantly better this year. We'll see. It's a good start. We're at 119.
No way, man. No Braves fan here. I'm a Phillies fan.
119. You guys are really doing well. You're effing likes. Hey, Perez, kiss my ass. All right.
Perez is classic.
He is, man. All right. Hey, Xander, by the way, guys are killing it. And John's reporting on what he sees at camp. I really like the stuff, man. I mean, you know what you get here on JAKIB? You get my perspective on what.
Yeah, you're crazy ass.
and how you see a depth chart and how you overread a depth chart is me.
Yeah.
Versus John, who's there. Because, hey, Xander, watch this. Can you imagine Big Sills looking up going, what? Third team? Are you out of your mind? What? Oh, my. Go back to my.
Yeah.
You know what? So that's the psychotic part of it. Because right now it's head game central.
Well, this is the goal, Dan, of Birds 365. I have one goal as the host of the show. I'm not trying to be Jody Mack. Great guy, been in radio a long time. Great, tons of respect for him. I want to make people that watch Birds 365 be the most knowledgeable Eagles fans on the world. So if something happens in Eagle Land, if there's depth chart, if there's the 53rd guy on the roster, I want the Eagle fans to know about him, to hear about him, to have talked about him, to have gotten somebody who saw him down at the NovaCare. That's the goal of the show, is to make you. It's the show for the knowledgeable Eagle fan. That's what I try and dub it. That's how I want it to be. I try and lean on John a lot because he obviously is reported on this team. I think he does a great job reporting on them, and he gives us the inside intel, and I just string along for the ride, try and get the information out of him. So I appreciate your support of the show and appreciate everybody. The show's been doing really well since I took over. I'm having a lot of fun doing it.
And Big Sills is the Darth Vader of Philly.
Yes.
Boom! How you doing?
The certified ¡1 villain of Philadelphia. Dan Sileo.
You know why? Truth, justice, and the Big Sills way, the way he sees it through his own binoculars. Xander, great stuff as always. Don't forget, Farzetta will be with us also at 5:30. He kicks off the broadcast here at JAKIB each and every single Monday through Friday. Then Xander, Big Sills, we got your asses covered, wall to wall, Eagles, NFL football, and all your favorite sports as well. Xander, great stuff, brother. I appreciate you doing it.
Thanks, Big Sills. Appreciate it, man. Thanks, everybody.
Hit the like button.
If you missed any of today's show on the JAKIB Media channel, listen to the podcast on your way home. Available on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify.
field of life, First Trust Bank is there for you.
Champions on three. 1, 2, 3.
Because Philadelphia dreams deserve a Philadelphia bank.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wildwood day.
Plan your stay in the Wildwoods today.
Hi, I'm Jim Muehlbronner, Managing Partner at Del Val Insurance Group. Give us a call. We're a local, knowledgeable agency, not an 800 number. Go Birds!
The greatest fans on earth. It's a bold statement, but would you expect anything less from Philadelphia? 58 years of heartache creates a toughness, a grit, a resolve not found in most. Sure, our prayers were answered, but now that we've had a taste, we're looking for more. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Oh, my God. Oh, Big Sil's National Football Show. Oh, my God. Dare I do this? Day 3. Mandatory minicamp in the final day. Here's some of the comments that have been made there at minicamp. Offense in limited action again struggled mightily. Confusion, communications. Hurts is holding on to the ball too long because he doesn't know where to go with it. I mean, it's 7-on-7. You're supposed to know where to throw the ball on 7-on-7. He doesn't know where to go with the ball on 7-on-7. You're told where to throw the ball. Now, again, is it the receivers and Hurts and everyone being on the same page? He was terrible again. Not a lot of reps, what I'm being told. And again, is this Vic out coordinating Kellen Moore? Now, let me ask you something here about that. How in the world could younger players be shutting down in a pitch and catch drill A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith? How's that possible? So you got rookie dudes and second-year guys shutting down your offense in a pitch and catch drill. Offensive line struggled on some protection on 11-on-11. Goddard was coming across the middle of the field, wide open. Hurts overthrew him. So when about 5 to, 6 practices, it's clear that offense is behind. Are you concerned? Are you concerned? No, it's not OTAs. It's mandatory minicamp. The guy hasn't been. Barb says it's June. Hey, Barb, you're right, though. So they just went through 6 practices of not knowing what to do. Okay. Barb says 60 days out to training camp, and it's okay. All right. You never get a chance to practice anymore. Look at Senor. 0 concerns. Coming off of a shitty year, he has 0 concerns with a quarterback who's learning a brand new, entirely different offense, according to Jalen. And they're trying to turn him into a drop back pocket passer, which he's not. He's not a pocket passer. They're, once again, wow. So they're taking an offense like last year's offense that was predictable and simple, now making it more complicated for Hurts, right? By the way, Jalen Hurts got the offensive coordinator fired. Oh, Josh Allen got Ken Dorsey fired. Hurts got Brian Johnson fired. Didn't he? Or wait, Brian Johnson got himself fired? Didn't Ken Dorsey get himself fired? Which is it? Oh, I know, because it's Hurts. And like that one guy said, Hurts will have till he's 68. So which is it? No, he didn't. He didn't get Brian Johnson fired? Got it. Even Hurts brought Brian Johnson's name up at the press conference today. This guy sucked again. Babe, no biggie. This guy sucked again. No biggie. Jesus criminy. Oh, my God. Hey, at least I got a little more of an understanding what's going on here. Yeah, Brian Johnson was terrible, not the quarterback. I got it. So then Ken Dorsey was terrible, right? For Josh. Is it, right, JB? Ken Dorsey was terrible too, right? Went on a 10-1 win streak after that. So, right? Greg, why are you doing that? Sills, does Jalen need to work with Tom House again? No. He needs to work with an RPO. This can't be that hard. Xander Krause said this 3 days ago, and he's right. I don't get why they're so hell-bent on this guy doing something that he's not proficient at. And that's being a pocket guy. Dude, I will tell you one more time. I'm promising you, if you coached Jalen Hurts, the 2022 version of that kid, and you accentuated his skill set of the RPO, I would never be saying he's not the right guy. I would not. Because he was paid on that. He's not being paid on this version. He didn't win that $50 million off of 23. He would never have been paid. Get this. This is all you need to know. Say they didn't give Jalen the 20. Here, guys. Say they didn't give Jalen Hurts the 2022 $50 million contract or $250 million contract, and they were going to pay him after 22 and 23, do you think the Eagles would have given him $50 million and a $250 million contract and all that money up front? Do you think they would have? You think they would have? How about this? Would you have? Would you have paid him based off of 22 and 23, $50 million and 21? Okay. Well, according to Jalen, they're going to do more of what they did in 23. Is he going to be good enough to do that? Right now, he's not. And it's only helmets and shorts. He's failing at drills that are set up for non-failure. Struggling getting more text messages about the day. Dude, the defense looks exceptionally right on. The defense is doing really well. Kudos, man. Kudos. Vic Fangio is getting nothing but massive praise by the assistant coaches. Here's a quote. Here's the exact quote from Hurts. Jalen Hurts says, somebody put a misquote in here. What do you mean do more of the same from Jalen said often? Jalen Hurts says he's been learning Kellen Moore's offense, and about 95% of what they have been running is brand new. And what I mean by that, senor, I'll explain it so it lands right for you. They're going to have him throw the ball more from the pocket, which he's not good at, with new plays. That's where I want it to land. They're going to have him throw the ball more. They're going to throw the ball more this year. And that'll result in more turnovers. It's easy to see that if you don't run an offense around his skill set, you're going to get the same 21-23 results. Absolutely 100% correct. I disagree with anybody that thinks that that kid is going to develop into being Joe Burrow. So you think the West Coast offense will be easier? Boy, that'd be great. That West Coast offense is movement, isn't it? Moving them around in the pocket like you saw Rodgers early in his career. And you also have with Montana going out. Also, earlier in his career, before he got hit by Burt, he would roll out a lot, and he did a lot of rolling right. Can I tell you the one thing that I hate how they coach him? Okay. Dude, this is something, and this goes back to my lessons that I was taught by Bill Walsh. Okay? This is something that Bill Walsh told me. Why are they having Jalen drop back 7 steps in the middle of the field? That's not proper preparation on how you teach a quarterback. What's the one thing you do when you're developing a quarterback? What's the easiest thing to do when you're developing a young player? Andy Reid did it with Mahomes, and it was evident in his first 2 years. What's the one thing you do with a quarterback and developing him so that it becomes progressive reading and easier for him to understand, and the game will slow down? Handoff coming from under center more, that could be. See, that shotgun stuff to me becomes predictable. Roll them is perfectly said. SIP 41, This is what Bill Walsh told me, how he developed every quarterback that was worth anybody that he had under his wing. Early in Montana's career, he rolled Joe to his strong side, which was his right side. And what does that mean when you do that? Well, you have the sideline as a 12th defender, and you're only managing half the field. And he's on the move, and it gives him the ability, if people are going deep, to run. Montana did a lot of that early. But what it does is he's managing half the field. Joe wasn't a 7-step dropper at the beginning of his career. He rolled. And they rolled him, and they rolled Young. And when Joe started seeing the game, he became a weapon. That's when everything opened up, when they got Rice, they got Taylor, they got Craig. They had all those weapons that they had. Very good O-line, not a great O-line. Nobody in that line has ever made the Hall of Fame. Nobody ever will. It was Montana's movement and him being moved around. But when Joe saw the game and Walsh felt comfortable with him seeing the game, that's when they became a 7-step. They got Jalen in his first 3 years dropping back 7 for a kid who struggled coming out of college. And one of the issues he had at Bama was reading defenses. You're asking him to do shit on the fly, which is insane. It's insane. For what he actually has accomplished is pretty remarkable. And the one element that he had to help him slow the game down, they've taken it away from him. The RPO slowed the game down. Now the game's faster again, higher turnovers. Higher turnovers. Higher turnovers. Sounds like Jalen Hurts will be getting together with the skilled players this offseason. Dude, he's got about 59 days to do it. That's right. Hey, 41. Why would you take his legs away from him? Why would you do that? It slows the game for him. This coaching, I don't even know if it's coaching, if it's more philosophy. If it's just more philosophy. Hey, positive note. I'm getting text messages that the secondary has been spectacular. Okay? The secondary has been spectacular. Keely Ringo, Isaiah Rodgers. There's a battle going on. Bradbury's got his helmet in his hand. Hey, I don't know, man. I can't think that's for long as an Eagle helmet he's holding. I don't know. That can't be long. That cannot be long. Okay? It can't be. I mean, wow. Whew. I hear you, but McKee to Johnny Wilson could go over everyone's head. Hey, Brandon, I don't want to hear anything about McKee, or I don't want to hear anything about Kenny Pickett. If we're talking about those two, it's a complete and utter disaster with Jalen Hurts. I don't want to hear anything about that. I'm not even there. I would never be there. The only way those guys play is if Jalen gets injured. They're not good enough. They're just not good enough. You would have to make a quarterback move to be able to you could win 9 games with that talent, with a guy handing the ball off 38 times. Chris Sims, who has a dislike for Jalen, acknowledges his skills as a pocket passer, but criticizes the lack of creativity in the offense last season. He believes Jalen needs to improve audibling out, okay? But also, one of the things that Marcus Hayes said is that's what he did last year. Hey, Prince, I think it's got to do with them taking away the one asset and the one thing he feels comfortable doing, his escapability. They've taken his escapability away. His ability to take off running. Jalen Hurts versus a linebacker in today's NFL, take Hurts 9 out of 10. Jalen Hurts throwing a post pattern versus the corners in today's league, I don't know. 60-40, the defensive guy. He barely gets the benefit of the doubt on PI. Even the refs don't give him the benefit. Hurts is a leader, and I think he'll have an MVP year. He didn't show leadership last year. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Studies show white quarterbacks read defenses faster than black quarterbacks. Dude. What are you, Al Campanis? Boza said they figured out his escape route and took away the A gap, and he kept retreating when pressured, when he had to roll either way. I saw that too. You got that, huh, Mr. Perez? We got Al Campanis' son in here or something. Thought I was listening to Al Campanis. Who's better, Jalen or Jordan Love? Real honest. Hey, Swaggy, I'll take Love. He's coached better. He's being coached by an actual offensive coordinator, play calling head coach. Kellen Moore is not as gifted as a play caller as Matt LaFleur. Not happening. 700 win percentage too. I think he gets a little conservative, and that old sphincter muscle starts to do this. You know, you got a sphincter muscle here, man. I think Matt LaFleur's sphincter muscle in the postseason, you can't drive a nail through it. So I go like this. Look at I Am Ruiz. Hey, I Am Ruiz would take Jalen Hurts over Jordan Love, who just threw for 4,200 yards and 30 touchdowns and destroyed the Cowboys, over Hurts, who was second in turnovers. Okay. You wouldn't start your team with Jalen over Love. Nobody would. There's some truth to that. They weren't many. I'm not going down that. I'd like to see the guy saying Trashberry sucks beat him in an NFL roster spot. Not that he doesn't suck, but to put it in perspective for you. Bradbury in the Vic system is not terrible. Okay? Wait, Chris is right. And I said it too. I talked shit on LaFleur early because it didn't look like LaFleur had Love going in the right direction. I was wrong. Turned out to be sensational and developed him into a heck of a player. Yep. He proved it to me. He's a coach. Absolutely. Congratulations to you, Matt. Yep. I did. He goes, well, he didn't have Aaron Rodgers. What is he going to do without Aaron Rodgers? Well, he proved it. That is the perfect way for me, because Jordan Love at the beginning of the year stunk. And I'm like, this thing looks like it's not going anywhere. Matt LaFleur kept to it, kept coaching him, proved that he's a great coach. He is a great coach. Still think, again, 2 minutes going in the half, 2 minutes at the game, at the end of the clock, no question. You know, still has to work a little bit like Andy Reid did. Okay? Once again, Prince, people get me wrong here. People think like today that I'm hoping for Nakobe Dean to be cut by the Eagles. Sills is 199.9% right. Right. Big Sills binoculars. Big Sills binoculars. How you doing? Don't worry, Prince. You'll get it one day. Prince, where are we in the like total here? Stroud over Love? Ivory Sileo? Don't ever call me that. I'm Italian. Seals, how do you feel about the Cowboys' 3 best players having a bid to be the highest paid player in the league? I wouldn't pay one of them that money. CeeDee Lamb might get. I'm not paying him. I'm going to have to pay Dak, because what's my option? Cooper Rush? And that overrated Michael Parsons who wishes he was a Steeler. I hate that guy. Big Dom officially named senior advisor to Howie. Woo! There it is. Look at that, baby. Big Dom officially named the #1 babysitter for the coaching staff and for Howie. So wait a minute. This is so great. Big Dom, hold on here. Wait a minute. Big Dom has now been promoted, and Nick Sirianni has been demoted. So, Dom, do me a favor. In case Nick gets a little out of hand, I want you to put either the Dre Greenlaw Juju that you put on him in the Super Bowl, or I want you to put him into the Sicilian headlock where you know he sleeps with the fishes. Big Dom, baby. Holy shit, I got to get a Big Dom hat, man. Holy cow, this guy gets elevated into being the #1 babysitter in the NFL. Clips. Man, are you kidding me, man? You're one of the most important people in here, man. People that give me the most shit. I love it. You guys are awesome. The Big Dom chokehold. That Sicilian chokehold. Come here, Nick. Start acting. You know, hey, have you guys ever seen Prince? You ever seen the video of Nolan Ryan beating what's his name? Who's the guy that he beat? Ventura. Big Dom will have game day coaching operations added to his plate. What's that guy, Ventura's first name? What was Ventura's first name that Nolan Ryan put in a headlock? What was that guy's name? He played for, what was that guy's name? Nolan Ryan hits him. And Ventura runs out. Robin Ventura. Thank you, DFW. He may have, yeah. And, of course, he would know that because he's in Texas and he's a Ranger fan. I'm sure of it. Grabs him, and here's Nolan. I could see Big Dom doing the nookie punches on him. Hey, Nick, calm the fuck down. Hey, Nick, calm the fuck down. Oh, my God. Give me the yeah. Holy cow. The Eagles have listed Big Dom officially organizational titles, senior advisor to general manager, chief security officer, game day coaching operations. What the fuck is that last one? Dude, I've never seen a head coach more embarrassed in one day than today. The head coach has no say. It's not his offense. Hurts can't define his role. And that, put that last one up. I got to write that down. Hold on. Xander, put that thing up again. I got to get the last game day coaching operations. Okay, I got it. Okay. What the fuck does that mean? Game we see Dom dragging Sirianni off the field. Hey, here, watch this. Howie in the press box. Dom, grab him. Dom, grab him. Put him in a headlock. Put a mask on him. I don't care what you got to do. Do something. Shut him up. Oh, dude. So today, Jalen went, we're learning everything new and nothing from the old offense is going to be intact. Jalen, what's Nick's role? Good question. Dom, game day coaching operations, senior director, special assistant to Howie. So he's Howie's mouthpiece. So let me ask you this. Who do you think has more power in the organization of the Eagles? Big Dom or Nick? Dude, this guy should have resigned. He would have got another job. Because if he gets fired going 11 wins and they get bounced in the opening round and say he's like 48 and whatever, and they go to the playoffs 4 years in a row, everyone's going to go like this. What is wrong with this guy? He'll never get a job again. Never get a job again. He should resign. Dude, this is really, I'm now starting to. This is embarrassing. Big Dom. Game day coaching operations, senior director. Never heard of such a thing. What is that? He's in charge of the coaches? It gets them around the sideline rules that got him thrown out. Oh, yeah, Xander, great pull. Now he's part of the coaching staff. So now when he punches a player in the head, it's all good. Seals, you think Vic is throwing a lot at Jalen Hurts to the point that he's getting him confused? Yeah, Adam, that's what he's doing. It makes more sense why he's like this. Hey, this is all new, dude. 3 years previous. Hey, Adam, he's only been in the building for 5 practices. And it's helmets and shorts. And this guy's never seen anything that Kellen's asking him to do. I don't know. You're going to struggle with that. I don't care who you are. Tom Brady would struggle with that. You went in there and changed. Hey, let me ask you this. Who wrote that? Who wrote that? I'm going to give you the greatest example of that. Who wrote that said, Sills, do you think that Kellen's throwing so much at him that it's confusing him? Who said that? Okay. Which one of you guys said that? I'm going to give you a point. Now it's getting real. Adam. Okay, Adam. So when Tom Brady went to Tampa, and in the first year, they were 7-5. Adam, remember? They had lost to Chicago. Brady had even forgot it was fourth down or something like that. He forgot it down. He was so confused out there because of Arians' offense. Do you remember that? Remember? Brady went like this. Then they went into a bye week. And Brady went like this. No way. We got to go back to doing what I do best. And they went down to checkdowns. There were some deep throws because Bruce didn't want to get away from no risk it, no biscuit, because that's kind of what he's made his living on. But they compromised, remember? Playoff Lenny became a thing. Leonard Fournette, Gronk, all of that. They went on to win the Super Bowl. That's what Brady did. And we're not doing. They were 7-5. They were 7-5 then. And they said, we got to stop this. We got to stop this. And Brady went back to what he did great. Check down Charlie. Bang, 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 bang. They won a Super Bowl. So let me ask you this. Why wouldn't Jalen be struggling with a new offense? Tom Brady did. Brady struggled with Bruce's offense. Kellen Moore is like, who, what if we are doing Jalen? Even Arians was man enough to get out of the way. Correct. DFW, right? That's what happened. Could it be Morris throwing lots of shit at him and he's seeing what he likes and what he doesn't? No, because Slager, he was asked the question if he likes the offense. He said it's too early to tell. I don't know yet. He's not even sure he likes what they're doing. That's the press conference today. I mean, he's not even sure he likes it yet. What week is Dom dragging Nick out of the NovaCare? Hey. Oh, man. Oof. I'm in charge of the coaching staff. Hey, Nick, pipe down. No cheerleading. Keep that shit up. Hey, by the way, Howie said run this. And if you don't, I got to put you in the Sicilian headlock. You know what the Sicilian headlock is? Let me just put it to you this way, okay? You know what Hershey squirts are? Run that play. Holy cow. I'm going to put you in the big Sicilian headlock. Hey, this guy got emasculated so much today, man. I feel really awful for and he's a paisan too. This is like Italian hate, and oh my God, I got Farzetta at 5:30. This is going to be completely obnoxious here. So now they got the new director of football coaches, something senior, where we are. Hold on. Game day coaches, operations, senior director, vice president of Cuba, or whatever. So I could throw Nick. Hey, I'll give you a Gronk. So I could throw Nick out of the club. Oh, man. Nick Sirianni's message to the team at the conclusion of minicamp. Come back, best shape of your life. Hey, Nick, are you going to be back? If I were Nick Sirianni, I would be very, very concerned if my key fob worked. I guarantee there's a better chance that a media guy's key fob will be working over Nick's. Jordan Mailata on Cam Jurgens. He's a center. He's not a right guard. He's done an outstanding job of coming in and being very vocal. Cam's killing it. Good. It's good. Communication will be the most important part of that whole process, and he learned that from the best. Zach Berman. Hey, by the way, JM, no disrespect. Who? Some of you Philly guys, man. Zach Berman? Okay. Big Dom going to give Nick an Italian knuckle. All right. Sills, it took you too long to read that. Shut up, Prince. What are you, an English teacher guy? I hit and I kill. Prince, I hit and I kill. Think I'm a scholar? Hurts has more talent on offense than any quarterback can ask for. No effing excuses. This season, he needs to figure it out, or he's not the guy. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Absolutely. Hey, Prince, I guarantee you I went to more academic school than you did. 19% admittance to the University of Miami. Just want you to know. I went to a scholar school. I went to one of the most educated schools on the East Coast. Just to keep it fair here. I got a very good education at the University of Miami. Thank you. Hey, Flexing goes, it's a complete shit show. I'm hoping you say this and not the Eagles. Hey, I'm hoping you say this show and Flexing, not the Eagles. That's not because of academics. It's because of a networking opportunities. Huss, networking? You must be under some guys here that I begged to go there. They begged me to go there. Hey, please, I'll tell you what do you want? Hey, you want a Corvette? Yeah, all right, got it. What do you think? I begged to go to UM? Please? Big Sales doesn't beg unless it's to my wife. Not winning 13 games. Don't go there yet. You don't go there yet. See what Nikki. Hey, this season's gonna. You know when Xander says this all the time? Sills, this season's gonna only tell us, and we're only gonna go how far Jalen goes. No, I don't know about that anymore. I think it's got a lot to do with how Nick acts this year. I think it's got more to do with how Nick acts. Sills hit him. Where? Holy cow, Prince. I thought I heard Jimmy Johnson in my ear. Hit him. I think it's got more to do with Nick than Jalen. I do. Nick, you going to get out of the way? Well, you know, we're doing a lot of the same stuff, you know, a little different terminology. Jalen's got different responsibilities now. He's trying to justify his offense to you when Jalen said today everything's brand new. That was my takeaway from the whole thing. And then when Jalen had the point to go, I really love Sirianni. You know, his overview of everything that's going on with our team, special. Couldn't do it. I don't think that's inside him to do that because he just went like this. I don't know what his role is. I don't know what – basically said this. Tell me I read it wrong. I don't know what he does here. We got 164 likes. We're trying to get to 200. Hit that like button. We are 36 shy. Guys, really good. We're on track. Oh. Oh, my. Mark Farzetta also will join us. That'll be at the bottom of the hour here. They're building the 99 Rams with Cordell Stewart at the helm. Oh, JM. Cordell Stewart? Oh, shit. Cordell Stewart? Really? That's what you're saying? Cordell Stewart. Oh, Jalen Hurts can't play in a pro-style offense. It's simple. John, amen. Put him back in the style that made him an MVP candidate. Big time. You know what they did? Can I tell you what happened? Here, real quick here. You know why Jalen Hurts was an MVP candidate last year? Do you know why he was an MVP candidate? Because everybody was waiting for the Eagles to run the RPO, and they never did. And when teams started seeing he wasn't going to run it, then they knew it. They killed him. The Eagles and Howie and the coaches self-imploded a quarterback and the entire roster, all from the front office and the owner's box. That's why I say, you're right here. Get out of the way. You micromanage everything, including your quarterback. Get out of the way. Just doesn't make sense. All right. Guys have a bye in week 5. You play the Browns coming out of the bye week for week 6. I'm going to give you a little bit of a takeaway. We're looking at some of the scheduling and what the team is going to do this year. So we're looking at some of the teams and we're previewing some of that. We'll reset some of the stuff that happened today. We'll talk a little bit about day 3 of Nick Sirianni's mandatory minicamp. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. We're about 35 shy right now of 200. You guys have been killing it. Please hit the like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
If you missed any of today's show on the JAKIB Media channel, listen to the podcast on your way home. Available on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify.
Field of life, First Trust Bank is there for you.
Champions on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Because Philadelphia dreams deserve a Philadelphia bank.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wildwood day.
Plan your stay in the Wildwoods today.
Hi, I'm Jim Muehlbronner, Managing Partner at Delval Insurance Group. Give us a call. We're a local, knowledgeable agency, not an 800 number. Go Birds!
The greatest fans on earth. It's a bold statement, but would you expect anything less from Philadelphia? 58 years of heartache creates a toughness, a grit, a resolve not found in most. Sure, our prayers were answered, but now that we've had a taste, we're looking for more. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. Yeah, Mekhi Becton wants to be an Eagle for a long time. He hopes this is a long-term deal here. That was so great to hear. And get this. Xander asked a really great question. By the way, please hit the like button. I thought his comments, and Xander asked the question, Sills, will he take less money? Where he could be out there in the open market getting enormous money because he worked with Stoutland and he's been on the Eagle offensive line. Would he stay here in Philly to be the heir apparent to Lane Johnson? Well, if I know that I'm in their plans and they extend me now as a backup and they pay me in the top 10 kind of money, yeah, I'd stay. I would stay because you know why? Okay, look what it did for me when I was with the Jets and I was in a shitty organization. You know, I want to play in a place where I can play. Now, I'm not going to take a Devontae Smith haircut. So it's got to be reasonable. And I think it's going to depend on what his importance is. He said it. He wants to play. And he wants to stay in Philly. He loves the fans. He just loves the whole thing. I mean, that's a guy just on 5 days of OTAs and a minicamp. It's pretty good. Would he take less money? Would I, if I know that I could go out and get potentially $18 million? A tough one. I get it, because he could probably start right now on 80% of the offensive lines in the NFL. You know, could he start in Kansas City? Probably. Could he start in Green Bay? Probably. You know, they got Bakhtiari. They got to worry about what they're going to do with his replacement. Could he go up to Green Bay? And could he be a starter with the Packers? Yes. I mean, I think the Eagles are going to have to make it. They're going to have to make it enticing for him to want to stay. Why should I stay? And get this. What's his advantage is that the Eagles value the O-line position. So they value that position. They put a premium on it. As much of, hey, how about this? Outside of any skilled position on the unit, they take that position probably as the number one position where they put the most value on when it comes to, well, it's not that he couldn't start with the Jets. It was an injury issue. Becton hasn't heard the boos yet. Hey, believe me, when you play with the Jets, you're booed at the anthem. Ask Jody. There's no such thing as cheering at Jets games. What could you possibly cheer at Jets games? Fireman Ed? I mean, when they play the national anthem, they boo it because they're getting ready for the shitty product on the field. I mean, dude, if you're born a Jet fan, you're born in the dugout. Hey, you're born in the dugout. Okay? You're not born on third base. Like your owner, you're born in the dugout. You're not even there. Has Reddick fired his agent yet? Well, hey, let's see what happens at the mandatory minicamp. How about this one, Yale? Looks like the Jets are fielding calls for Reddick. What if this happens? What if the Jets deal Reddick to the Ravens and they get a third rounder for him next draft? Oh, man. Hey, what if Joe Douglas gets a third rounder next year? Holy shit. He doesn't have to tie. He doesn't. Mandatory Jet camp is not till next week. Okay? He doesn't have to show. A.J. Brown wasn't at OTAs. He was just showed up and said hi to everybody. How you doing, everybody? I'm here. I'm Love. I'm 32 million. A.J. Owens, I show up to charity events. That's a bike event. A bike event. This guy shows up with a Harley. Hey, it's A.J. Owens. What do you want? Okay. Sills, you're not going to get INTs if you're checking the ball down all the time. No, Sean, you're going to get wins. Ask Brady. You're going to get wins. You're going to get wins. Why would a new player on a new team not show up? Because he wants a new deal. Well, wait a minute. I like how Senor. Who said I said he was going to get a new deal? I never once said he was going to get a new deal in New York. I never said he was going to get a new deal in Philly. What are you talking about? I never said he was going to get a new deal. I never said he was. Where's the extension I kept saying? I never said one time he was going to get. Ever. Said he was getting a new contract. You guys were the ones that were saying Howie's going to be Howie Vision. And he's going to sign him to a 25. I was like, never happened. Never happened. Never happened. Stevens, that's not been confirmed yet. That's not been confirmed, but it sure didn't look very promising, did it, there in Normandy? AJ driving a Harley. Why would the Jets trade a player and trade him before the season starts? Because they don't want to pay him? Hello? Why? He could play it. They could trade him. What, do you think there's a limitation? Well, he's now a Jet, and he's got to be a Jet for a year. You got him, it's yours, and you got to eat it. You can move him. You can move him. He's yours. No one else can have him. Reddick passed on $20 million. Doubtful. The Eagles didn't offer him a contract. What happens to the conditional pick? I still think the Jets have to do. I think that the language of where Reddick's deal goes and the new structure, I think that doesn't change at all. They made a deal with the Jets for 3 drafts from now, or now 2 drafts from now. And I don't think that has any ramifications whatsoever. Okay? Let's think it in Devontae's new deals, depending on if he lives up to it by Jalen's play. He didn't have to live up to it by Jalen's play. He got a contract extension off of Jalen last year. Whether Jalen was good or not, he got extended. Hey, he improved. AJ improved. Isn't it funny? Wait a minute now. You know what's great about you guys when you talk about Hurts and these wide receivers? I want you guys to think about something. Hey, 304. Big Sills, did you hear Jalen's response to backing up Nick Sirianni? My car's Bluetooth was off. WIP played soundbite. It's a must listen for all the wrong reasons. Hey, no, I heard it. What's his role? I don't know. Where is that? I can't wait to get Farzi on here too. Thank you very much. Hey, where are we in the likes list? Hey, SIP41. Oh, no, that shit was classic today. That shit was classic. Where are we now in the likes list here? How does Hurts know Nick's role? Nick couldn't answer the question. Shit, man. 180. We're 20 away. Thank you, Prince. All right. Let's reset it. And you're right. I'm gonna hear this differently than you. So Hurts said that the offense is 95% new. Nick's been saying it's a combination of old and new. No, it's not. Lie number 1. Hurts, do you like the offense? Too early to tell. Okay. So do you like it or not? I don't know. You know, we're struggling a little bit now. I'm paraphrasing that. You know, it's got to become where, you know, it's just second nature to me. Right now, it's not. And it was evident today of that too. Okay. What's Nick Sirianni's role? I don't know. We'll have to ask the coach. Here's Nick's big contribution today. Be in shape. Thanks for telling me the obvious, Coach Captain Obvious. Be in shape for training camp? Hey, Nick, it's probably the best advice you've given any player in 3 years. Be in shape. Too bad it doesn't apply to Jordan Hot Dogs Davis. One day that'll apply to Jordan Hot Dogs Davis. Okay. Hey, Nick. Hey, it's really great to be able to walk in a DB meeting room and, tell a DB what I learned when I was at Little Sisters High School back in the day when I was in high school. And my high school coach came up to me and told me about backpedaling. And I was looking at Quinyon Mitchell telling him, hey, you want to rotate your hips this way? Because when I was in high school and I was 4-team All-City and I was going against that guy, Billy Bob White, you should have seen me back in the day. So maybe turn your hips a little more. I was like, okay. Contributions from 4-team All-City, Nick Sirianni being coached by his brother, I thought was quite interesting, actually. I learned a lot from Norwalk Community College. And, I was very interested to hear that Nick played at Norwalk Community College. And, I was okay. I was 4-team All-City and I was ready to rock. Teaching the guys, Quinyon Mitchell, how to backpedal and use your hands. It's pretty interesting when you're 30,000 feet kind of view. Get this. That's where the Eagles want you to do with Big Dom's new role. That thing he said today was probably the most truthful thing he said. Hey, I got now a 30,000 view of what everything is. That's as far as away they want from you from the team, I think. It's 30,000 feet. Oh, man. Good grief. Oh, man. I'm still micro coach. Do you miss the fact that you can't micro coach the team anymore? No. I still got to say in a micro, there's a little bit of micro in here for me. Walk over to wide receivers, tell those guys, go over to the linebackers, go over to the corners. You notice he hang over on the defensive side now more. That press conference today, he was talking about hanging out with linebackers and edge rushers and corners. He wasn't talking about hanging out with the wide receivers who ripped him a new one in Brian Johnson's offense last year because they handcuffed him. That's what they said. They said he handcuffed him. So wait a minute. Brandon Graham says the coaches sucked last year. The wide receiver said that the coaches sucked. And Jalen says he has no role. And then Big Dom gets, what is it? Game day coaching operations senior director. Whatever that means. Quite a day for old Nicky. Shit. Dude, you should just quit. Oh, man. Good night. It's actually becoming comedic. It is. Doug would have had this team more stable. Would he? He tried it and they fired him. Isn't it funny? All the people that want say get canned. It means he stays on the sidelines during the game. Hey, look at Stevens. It's a bizarro world. How is that guy still here? Shit, dude. I would have kept Brian Johnson over him. I don't know, man. I don't know what to think here. Oh, we're 12 away. Way to go, Prince. Prince working that for us, man. Thank you, brother. All right. Overall, the mandatory minicamp. Defense shined. Kudos. Kudos, Vic. Hey, by the way, may I say something with all due respect? Miami Dolphins guys, you're soft. Because you have an entire football team that's been energized. Energized. by Vic Fangio. I like it. I'm a fan of it. I love what I'm hearing. He's going to play the best people. Good. Dean's third team or second team. He's the rotator. Perfect. Might help him a lot. Might actually help the player. Might extend his ability to stay on the roster because he gets to see the game. Might actually really help him. Okay? More comfortable in Doug's offense. He had like a 50% completion rate. And won a Super Bowl. You forgot that. And won a Super Bowl. With a substitute teacher. With a 52% completion percentage and completion rate. And, and he won a Super Bowl. And what was his postseason record? Sirianni is 2-3. What's his? And won a Super Bowl. Don't forget that. Okay, I got you, brother. John, it shows you how shocked Lori and Howie were that Hurts had success. He said Hurts was more comfortable in Doug's offense. Okay, I got it. My mistake. Okay, got it. I got it, Sue. Okay. Hey, I love it. You guys are defending people in here. Good. Against big bad Sills. Sills, I guarantee Eagles' social media team will have a clip of Nick and Jalen with some scripted conversation to sound like he's coaching. Holy cow. Big rhythm. It's going to be like a few dollars more. Is that what you're saying, Big Rhythm? Like, it's going to actually be the press conference going to be in Italian, but you're going to have it dubbed over. Hey, I really like Nick. Nick's a really great coach. And right? Like that, right? It's going to be like a few dollars more, a fistful of dollars, right? Nick's a great coach. Or it's going to be like one of those kung fu movies. Hey, Xander, this thing's going to be like one of those kung fu movies. With Bruce Lee. And you're going to have one of those kung fu movies. And it's going to be in Japanese. And it's going to come out going like this. That's a high kick. It's a high kick. And it's going to be plastered all over. It's going to be Bob Lang's voice, too. Holy cow, man. You're going to have a karate movie. Dubbed over. And the Eagles are going to dub that press conference over. And you're going to make Fredo sound better. That's classic. It's going to be a Kung Fu Panda. Oh, my God. Holy shit. I'm sorry. And now you see why I'm in the principal's office all the time. It's going to be a Kung Fu movie. Hey, is that a brand new video up there on the social media of the Eagles? I could have swore I saw Hurts go, this guy doesn't have a role. I don't know who the hell he is anymore. Oh, he's the most instrumental people you ever seen. Dude, how come that thing looks like a Kung Fu movie? I do have more hope, Cosmo, on the defensive side. I do, man. I'm feeling a little bit better going into training camp. Now we got to see what they do when it comes to pads and all that. Hey, 215. It's more like Godzilla versus King Kong. One of the Japanese movies, like, right, with King Kong and like Godzilla. And Godzilla eats the city or some shit. I don't know. You're rewriting history, John. Doug didn't want a running quarterback ever. I think that's kind of right, too, a little bit. It's Godzilla. Oh, man, don't do that. I like Godzilla, actually. I love those Japanese movies, man, actually, when I was a kid. Domzilla. Holy shit, that's a good one. Hey, you will, Slagger, if Nick acts up, he will be Domzilla. Be like Godzilla walking down the side, hey, Nick, get over here, man. Howie told me to kick the shit out of you. Either kick the shit out of him, take the hammer, or leave. Oh, man. I don't know. We got a brand new role. Rodzilla. Oh, man. Just imagine if Howie would have traded for Satan. Oh, God, that would have been... You might not need it now. You might not need it. Okay? You might. Looks like there's some good things going on in the secondary. Has there been a team that won despite coach and Eagles 22 the closest? Yes. Think about this. Big Rhythm. How good do you really think Barry Switzer? Hey, and I love Coach Switzer. We had him on. And I love him. But how good do you think he was? How good do you think he really was? Okay, how good? They won the Super Bowl with him. You know what I'm saying? They won the Super Bowl with his ass. Hey, I'm going to, before I get Farzi on here, by the way, please hit the like button. I love that idea too. I think today the social media people with the Eagles are they're going to try dubbing over like they do those Japanese kung fu movies after what happened with some of the things that were said today. What's Nick's role? I really don't know. And so you're going to see this like a fistful of dollars where it's in Italian and everybody's going like this. And you're going like, we're going to kill him, kid. And so it's going to be like one of them dubbed over movies. So Bob Lane's got a lot of work to do over the press conference today after what went on there, man. And holy cow, man. I'll tell you what, the press conference with Jalen's comments and with Nick, I'm confused. And I'm going to get the right paisan in here because I'm not mentally balanced. I think we all understand this. So I'm going to bring a guy who comes in all fired up with his espresso and with his whey. Yeah, I think it's got a lot to do with him being a Calabrese a little bit. So I think he's more level-headed than a Sicilian hothead like me. So not to make this a completely Italian thing, but I'm just gonna.
Why not? Why not? It's when we're at our best, Fratello. So it's when we're at our best. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Bona fortuna to you, my friend.
Okay. Boca de Lupa. Yeah. Oh, my goodness gracious.
First, before I get into training camp, I've got to get into this press conference thing today that I witnessed that I've never seen. Oh, real quick off the top. So now we have a new role for Dom. He's now the game day coaching operations. I'm assuming that if Nick goes crazy on the sidelines, we'll see a Sicilian necktie. If he starts doing his stuff on the sidelines here, I mean, so now he's like the director of game day coaches operations. I've never heard of the role. Can you give me a definition of what you think that means?
You know how I know you're a showman. You get it. Like you understand. Like, I'm sure you've had similar situations where you've been out with your wife as I've been out with my wife, and you might be really, you start to hit a stride conversationally at a party, and you start to act up a little bit. You had a couple of drinks, and then all of a sudden your wife goes, Dan. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so like to center me.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's like the center. He's gonna like to center me. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
His job's gonna be like, Nick. I think it's time that you just settle down a little, simmer down a little bit. That's what needs to happen right now. Is it a coordinator type gig? Like not like offensive or defensive, but like just making sure that he's in charge of logistics of where the coach is at all times. He's a babysitter, is what it is. That's what it comes down to.
Or psychiatrist. I don't know what it is here. I'm like, no, I'm trying to get a definition of this actual role.
Oh.
And he's a special assistant to Howie. Does that mean like he's the locker room narc?
That's the one that jumped out to me the most, is the like senior advisor to the general. Are you scouting players now? Like, what is going on? I look, he's a glorified. I don't say this to be belittling, because I think his job is important. What he does for the Eagles when it comes to background checks, his handling of the Jalen Carter situation last year specifically, listening to the behind-the-scenes stories that I've heard about Dom DeSandro with this team. It's a very important role. The less titles for him, the better. The fewer titles for him, the better. Chief Security Officer for the Philadelphia Eagles. You don't need any more description than that. If you even need to have him on the books at all, you know what I'm saying? Then I would let less attention. Yeah, exactly. Right. Less attention.
I'm just more confused now. So let me first get to Jalen Hurts. Now, and I'm going to take you back a day. So there was a question, and I'm completely 1,000% wrong, because the way I heard Nick talking, and John McMullen, or one of our guys, I think, even asked the question, so Nick, what is it going to be with the old and the new being added? He goes, yeah, we're going to mesh the old and the new. And, I told Kellen, we ran 3 plays, and I said, I really like that. And I really wanted that in the offense. Then I heard Jalen Hurts today. Hey, what's going on here? He goes, oh, this whole offense is 95% new. And I'm like, come again? I think even that guy Frank's what? Did you say 95%? People in the room were stunned.
Reuben Frank,
the entire offense
Yeah.
was completely changed. I mean, Mark, his ego, Nick's, he's fighting an identity crisis here because he was told today, or it was exposed today, he has absolutely no say in this offense's direction whatsoever.
Yeah, and the thing is, he has said as much. Nick has said, even going back to last year's end of the season press conference, when he goes back to before we even knew it was going to be Kellen Moore officially, we found out that it was going to be the offensive coordinator's offense. Not just, oh, well, of course, that makes sense because the offensive coordinator, it's his offense. No, it's his offense. Like, Nick is going to be stepping back in this soft firing, light brushing aside of Nick Sirianni as the typical head coach of a football team. He is the rah-rah guy. He is the pep talk guy. He's the dean of communications when it comes to this team. But head football coach, like I've said this, I don't know if I think we've had the same conversation before, but in terms of what I'm about to say, the CEO, people like to talk about the CEO type coach, right? That CEO, John Harbaugh, CEO head coach, right? Nick Sirianni is not a CEO head coach that is glorifying the position he has. He's regional manager head coach. That's what he is. CEO is way too glorified a position. And he alluded to it at the end of the year. We've heard Kellen Moore talk. We've heard Nick Sirianni talk even earlier in the week, talking about how Kellen Moore's running things. Kellen has to make the decision. Those words came out of a head coach's mouth. Kellen has to make the decision. This isn't an argument anymore. This isn't an argument. Nick Sirianni's job is not the typical head coaching role. And if you think it's just about play calling, it is 1,000% not just about play calling. It's talking about what does he really do? And what you're alluding to, the Jalen Hurts thing, he couldn't describe. What his head coach does.
Was this, Mark, he goes, what do you think? And what is Nick's new role? He goes, that's a good question. I don't know. Have you ever heard that before in your life?
No.
With a team that won 11 games, has won 34-17, that a coach, your star player, your most important player, doesn't know the role of your head coach. that's totally indictment on Nick and Howie.
Hey, good job. That's Nick Sirianni. Hey, what's going on in the wide receivers? He talked about being in a wide receivers meeting today. And you know what? I don't necessarily mind that.
That's his forte.
Right, of course, right. But I don't mind that. But when I'm looking for what the head coach exactly is doing, and when the head coach himself months ago was asked, so what is your role? To be the head football coach. No. Not your title. Like, how are you going to go about this responsibility that has been dwindling away since you were named the head coach of this football team? I mean, you really got to follow. I mean, people need to follow the bouncing ball here. I mean, you talk about a guy who was coming in, guns a-blazing, all, excited to be a head coach, nervous as hell in the opening press conference, but then push that aside for a second. Play caller and head coach to just head coach to game day, or to, what do you call it, to game planning, to then not even game planning. It's all on the offensive coordinator. And then the end of the year collapse happens last year. So if you're the rah-rah guy, if you're the guy to make sure that everybody's focused, then explain what the hell happened at the end of last year. And if you're Mr. Communication, explain to me how people are talking about how there was no communication at the end of last year. So it really makes zero sense. I am convinced now that Nick Sirianni's role with this team is simply to make sure guys are focused going into game time. That's it. Honestly, he is the guidance counselor of this football team more than a head coach.
Boy, I was really glad when I heard that, when he was 4th-team All-City at Norwalk Community College, teaching the DBs, how to turn their hips, and he was in the DB room, and he was showing how to punch and shit, and I was like, yeah, I'm sure Vic really loves to see you in a DB room. I was like, dude, 4th-team All-City, my brother coached me in high school. I learned this when I was at Norwalk Community College, but hey, to each his own here.
95% of the off. I still can't get over that number. I still can't get over.
I was taken by that.
So that means, like, if you change 95% of your show, like, what are you talking about? Art history? Like, think about that for a second.
You must be talking about a PD that you and I must have had in our past.
Right.
Hey, what about when he goes like this? But that whole row, and he goes like this. The next thing he said was this: "Hey, Jalen, do you like the new offense?" And he goes, "It's too early to tell." Oh, wait. So let me get this right. You don't know your head coach's role. You're not sure if you like what we're doing. Everything's brand new, and we're 2 months out from the start of training camp. How you feeling right now there, Farzy?
Yeah, well, I don't feel great, and I'm trying to still bask in the idea that Saquon Barkley's here, Jeff Stoutland is still here. I still feel like this offensive line is going to be pretty good. I still feel like the weapons on this offense are pretty good. I still feel like Kellen Moore knows what he's doing. But one of the things I'm trying to listen to or really hear from Jalen Hurts is whenever I hear him be kind of vague about the offense, I mean, saying 95% is different. Obviously, that's insane. But he was boys with Brian Johnson. And Brian Johnson, even though he got picked up by the Commanders and all that, I don't think he wants to kick the man while he's down. Like, he was relieved of his responsibilities here in Philadelphia.
You mean like Devontae and AJ?
Oh, yeah, they kicked the hell out of him while he's down. Oh, my God. It was like Devontae Smith being like, yeah, it's good. Now, he didn't say it with snark, but anybody that repeats the line is going to say it with snark to emphasize what he's really saying, which is, yeah, it's nice to have freedom. It's nice to actually be able to move around a little bit.
The handcuffs off is what he's saying. Is that an indictment on Nick, too?
Well, yes, of course, because Nick allowed it to happen. And last year, Nick actually had some responsibilities with this offense, because let's not forget, the biggest jump from last year to this year is that Nick isn't even doing the game planning anymore. Like, Nick, I'm sure, will be, hey, Kellen, maybe you want to try this in this game because we tried it last year and it worked. I don't know. Maybe he's saying that, but it's not his responsibility.
He's got to put his hand up in a coaching meeting going, over here, I got my hand up.
Right.
You know what? I got an idea. Maybe no, that's okay. We'll try that. We'll put it over here put it in the suggestion box.
So 95%, right. 95% is different. So 5%, what's in that? I was trying to think because I was trying to listen to the press conference. I was like, what is that 90? Well, okay, what is the 5% that's the same?
Can't be the tush push.
Well, tush push got to be one of them. It's got to be one. So that's the same. They probably have some variation of a tight end screen, a bubble screen.
You only get 2 plays. You only get 2 plays, Farzy. So you're going 1 tush push. What's the other? He has to have one other one. So that's
tight end screen. It's got to be a tight end screen. Did you see Dallas Goedert? Dallas Goedert's looking more swole than I've ever seen Dallas Goedert. Maybe it's the tight end screen. Maybe those are the 2 plays. Those are the 2 plays that are safe. Unless play number 3 is Jalen just makes something happen with his legs. Maybe that's play number 3. I don't know. But all I know is the Eagles are
like head coaching. Have you ever seen a disconnect like this for a head coach and a quarterback ever in Philly?
I'll put it to you like this. This is the most drastic change of a non-player since Howie Roseman was put in the broom closet.
Absolutely.
Now, think about it. Now, don't get me wrong. Howie Roseman, that was far more egregious, far more dramatic. Howie came back 2 years later, won a Super Bowl. So I don't know how many times the Eagles are going to try to go to that non-conventional way of thinking and think it's going to work out, but they seem to be going down that path again. Because to me, again, the thing that is the number one prerequisite to be the Eagles head coach is that you have to make Howie runs the team. Jeffrey Lurie gets to do what he wants as the owner, and you have to allow them that path. You can't get in that way. A head coach will certainly get in that way if he's a true head coach or even a true CEO type head coach, but a coordinator won't. They could deal with a coordinator leaving, and then they bring in the next guy, and they start that vicious cycle. But as you and I have talked about before, if Nick Sirianni's a guy that this team starts out and they're sputtering, he's done. He's canned, and they elevate Kellen Moore to that new position. But Kellen Moore is going to want some power if he ends up turning things around.
I want to do this here with respect to Brandon Graham. And here, I'm going to do those backhanded slap things that you and I know that many people in the media try to pretend that they're not doing, but I'm going to do one of the cardinal rule sins that I'm going to give him a backhanded slap. Watch. Great player, one of the greatest Eagles of all time. They'll retire his jersey. They'll do all that stuff. Okay, well, let me get to the rip now. Okay, so he comes out saying they had poor coaches and poor positions on June 6th. Where were you in November and December when that team needed a vocal voice to actually stand up and say, enough is enough. We need to stop what's going on in here. Stand in front of a microphone and actually be a leader and not a Monday morning quarterback 6 months later going, well, Brian Johnson sucked. Matt Patricia sucked. They may have, but you're all in it together.
Right.
And you're throwing everybody and all that shit at the assistant coaches and not player accountability. I find that to be it's not an indictment on him, obviously, because of the credibility and the equity he's built in Philly and in that locker room. And that I'm not quantifying because it's true. But what I am saying is that's not a good look for him.
I'll put it to you like this. It wasn't surprising to hear that from Brandon Graham. He took a similar route of A.J. Brown last year in terms of he didn't want to compound the problem. And one of the things that Brandon Graham had talked about, one of the things because if you know Brandon Graham, he is that guy. Brandon Graham's the guy that if he's on the Titanic, man, he's going to be smiling and be like, this is still a cool boat though, right? We had a good ride up until here, like he's that kind of guy that's going to keep that kind of positive mentality. And he even said earlier in the offseason that that's the kind of responsibility that he takes on. He's still going to be positive. He's going to still be in the line of, we can do this. Last year, here is a concern for me for this year. The leadership in the locker room didn't get better.
No.
All right. I mean, talent-wise, we can all be amazed at some of the people that have been brought in here to help the Eagles win football games. But in terms of the leaders on this team, without Jason Kelce, without Fletcher Cox, with younger guys taking on more of a huge role here, Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter most notably. And I love the idea of Jordan Davis saying, nobody's coming to save us. Nobody was coming to save you last year either, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
But Brandon Graham is one of those guys that is going to try to keep that standard. One of the things I loved from I think it was Jordan Mailata said it yesterday. As far as the leadership goes, the work ethic goes of this team, one of the things he feels they have done in the very early goings of it all, I mean, we're just talking about mini camp here and rookie camp and OTAs, the first round of it. One of the things he talked about was how they've done a good job to this point of maintaining the standards set by guys like Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelce. And I hope that's true. Because without those guys in the locker room, look, they're still going to be around. Jason Kelce's joking about how he's getting a free lift in at the NovaCare. They're still going to be around, but they ain't playing. That's the thing that still gets me. Who's going to be the next guy to step up and be that leader? Brandon Graham is going to be that guy that will keep things positive if you need to keep it positive. But who's going to be the guy to hold guys accountable, to tell them not what they want to hear, to tell them something that doesn't have that positive spin, but the main goal is the real spin, the truth, the real talk that some of these guys might need through the rigors of this season.
You're right. You give, I guess, that guy the benefit of that. But to me, I just thought the timing of it.
I totally hear you. Because where was the truth last year?
Right.
And he had that. Don't give me. It's not something that Brandon Graham just was on vacation.
He didn't think it then. I think
right.
He didn't say it then.
I agree. He didn't want to compound the problem. He had nothing nice to say, Dan. He had nothing nice to say, Sills. So he opted to say nothing.
Like my grandmother. You don't have anything nice to say. Shut your pie hole. Okay, whatever. All right.
Right.
All right. So would you agree with me that Jalen Hurts hasn't had a good moment as a starting quarterback in Philadelphia since the overtime quarter against Buffalo?
Yes.
And that going through all of the mini camps, he has absolutely, here are the words, struggled. He's holding the ball too long in drills that are set up to have success. I get it's OTAs, but the point is, you're right. It's only OTAs. These are set up for you to win. Are you concerned that this has been a carryover and now there's a brand new offense and you've got 2 months to prepare and you've got 89 days till September 6th? Are you in any way worried?
Right now, no. I am not worried right now. But I am prepared to hit the panic button probably faster than I ever have because they got him experience. They said, Jalen, you know what? The guy that we had coaching you up, he had never done it before. We thought we could catch lightning in a bottle twice. We had Shane Steichen, easy transition to Brian Johnson. He's been here. He's familiar. He knows what's going on. You love him. We love him. This is going to be great. Fail. Epic collapse at the end of the season. Jalen Hurts has awful turnover numbers last year. You can't have that again. No originality in the offense. Extremely predictable, the words we kept on hearing from our friend Derek Gunn. Time and time again, talking about the predictability of this offense. So if you just carry that over with the new coaching staff, and I start to hear that in training camp, I start to hear that as the season's creeping up, then I am concerned. Right now, minicamp, you got the 6 weeks after this to get ready for training camp. If Jalen Hurts is truly a guy that's, which I believe him to be, about hard work, about hitting the books, about digesting everything that's put in front of him, there is no learning curve here. There is you and I have talked about this, when it comes to Jalen Hurts in this offense. No. There's no, oh, well, he needs a second year in the system. He does not get. Last year at the end of the year, one thing I learned from the Carson Wentz era, if you're truly a great quarterback, you're not part of the struggles. You can have spurts. Everyone has spurts of all of a sudden they got to run where you can't complete a pass. You're overthrowing guys. You lose the touch. You can have small little spurts of that. But you can't be part of the problem, especially when it's as a historic collapse that the Philadelphia Eagles experienced last year. You can't carry that into a new season. Like, as excited as I am to see this offense and know the actual the potential of it all, that's not going to be a patient fan base. The season this year, in some ways, really started in week 14 of last year, because people want to clip. As great as it was to see Saquon Barkley at a press conference and wearing Eagles logos and all that stuff, as excited as I am to have Kellen Moore here, excited as I am to think about what could happen with Vic Fangio, the tough, the hard-nosed coach and all that stuff on the defense, all that. As excited as I am, I also understand this could all fall apart terribly. So the fans aren't going to be patient. The fans used patience last year at 10-1 when they said, this doesn't look right. And then all of a sudden, before they blink, they're 10-3. Before they blink, they lose the division. They lose the number one seed, obviously, in the NFC. They got a team like the 49ers just spanking them, putting over their knee. Like, there's not going to be a lot of patience with this team starting out the season. So there's no, as we've said before, there's no excuses for Jalen Hurts this year. You got to hit the books in the next 6 weeks, and you got to come out firing in training camp.
2 last questions. I say this to people all the time. It's not so much that, you're going to get a good look at what you're looking at when it comes to talent on the Eagles. I'm very encouraged about what I'm hearing about the secondary. However, Nolan Smith is not getting any reps, and he's not getting any film where you're seeing a guy like Braun with a ton of reps. You're seeing Keely Ringo being thrown into situations, who's been the superstar of OTAs and minicamp. Mitchell and DeJohn, everyone's getting reps. The 31st pick in the draft is standing on the sidelines. And someone goes, well, they didn't play a lot of their ends. They didn't even play Huff. Well, Huff's got $18 million. They're playing that guy. Okay, so are you concerned about Nolan Smith?
Are you trying to get me a whole bunch of hate again? Because the last time we talked,
no.
The last time we talked about this, I was like, if I'm the Eagles, I don't have Nolan Smith in my plans for the immediate future. He's a developmental. I hate saying this about a first-round pick because they're supposed to have impact, unless they're like an offensive lineman, they might need to be groomed, especially if they're taken late in the draft or late in the first round, whatever. But I don't have Nolan. I'm rooting for him. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he leads the league in sacks this year, whatever. But I didn't see anything from him last year, and he wouldn't even talk about the injury. He wouldn't talk about the learning curve or anything. He talked about the learning curve, but he wouldn't talk about the severity of the injury. He talked about it after his first professional game in the preseason, and then mum was the word. He wouldn't talk about whether or not he had it scoped in the offseason when he addressed the media. I find him to be an easy guy to root for. I just don't see enough, and I haven't seen enough to say, oh, this year is going to be a breakout year or next year is going to be a breakout year. I don't think you're crazy at all to think about Nolan Smith and be like, this is going to be another year where I'm waiting patiently to see what he could bring to the table and see if there's going to be any flash of hope to see what he could bring to the table.
By the way, I'm going to give you some love here now in this. Boy, I'll tell you what, man, I say Keely Ringo was another dude. He's now put himself in a position where you now have the Eagles doing this. What do we do with him? Do we put him in the slot? Do we play him on the numbers? Do we try him out at safety here? What do we? I think that kid, and Xander's made the point, he was 20 a year ago. Well, this guy has made a Jalen Hurts leap to where now you got Vic Fangio standing up going, yeah, okay. I think that's really encouraging with the two guys you drafted first and second round, what you got with Ringo. Old man Slay's going to be 34 next year. He's out the door next year. That's very encouraging in that back end going forward.
Mm-hmm. He has, as bad as Jalen Hurts, as bad as his answer was about, hey, what's Nick Sirianni doing now? As bad as that answer was, I loved what Keely Ringo had to say the other day. When he was asked about, and then think about this, okay? They just drafted two guys to take your job.
Yeah.
They just drafted two guys to take your job.
Right on.
You know what his response was? Did you hear what he had to say? His response was beautiful. Beautiful. It was another opportunity to compete, another opportunity to get better.
I love it.
And I'm like, dude, just keep that energy, brother. Keep that energy. And he's very mild-mannered. He's in no way is like a Darius Slay. You know what I mean? That's very, boisterous.
Hey, I'm great. They suck.
But when a guy answers the question like that, that's exactly the mindset you want in a young player. Like, I'm here to compete, man. Yeah, go.
How about that Mitchell one? Hey, AJ, that was a horse shit route.
That was
a trash route. What?
Yeah, I almost went today. He admitted that he was just like trash talking. He said it was actually a good route, but I wish he didn't. I wanted that to be not just trash talk, but like the real deal. And you know what? On top of it, I love that he said it. I love that he's a quiet guy, but still said that, found room to trash talk. And I love that AJ Brown's response wasn't like taking offense to it. His response was, if you're going to talk the talk, you better walk the walk. Like, we haven't even talked yet. And your first words to me are, that route was trash? I just signed a record deal. You know what I mean? And you're telling me my route's trash, rookie? I love that he was like, all right, you know what? Keep that energy. And you make sure that when you're out here, you're backing up that talking with the way you're walking.
I like the swagger in there, too. So, again, I know that you're going to prepare for the show tomorrow, so you're going to get some of those sound bites from the Eagles. So just be prepared that when you go and look at that press conference, it's been dubbed over like a Japanese kung fu movie.
That's such a great line. You had me rolling before I came on. I was dying.
You're going to think it's like a Bruce Lee movie, man. Or it's going to be like Godzilla versus King Kong or something there. That it's going to be dubbed over. Hey, man, Nick's the best thing I've ever seen in my life as a head coach. God, I could have swore I heard something different. The looks are going to be different, like a fistful of dollars or something like that. Yeah, but I just want to warn you. I'm sure they've already pulled that thing. So
it's going to be Howie's voice with just Jalen up there. You'll hear Howie's
voice now. He's head of something, right?
That's another title, Coach Dubber.
Yeah, head of dubbing. Well, hell, you know what? People steal sound all the time at IP now over there.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Everybody, have you ever been on TikTok? Everybody's stealing sound.
No doubt. No, hey,
Gee,
dude,
like, why?
Prince
I
was
feel bad.
right.
I feel bad for you musicians. Like, why do they even bother writing songs anymore? Jeez,
I
it's
know,
just on
Prince
TikTok.
was right. They
Prince
just
was-
steal shit. Hey, brother, tomorrow I'll be watching you, man. I appreciate you always doing this. Thank you so much. I love the fact how much you're a family man too. That means a lot too, man.
Oh.
Thank you again, my friend, for doing
Appreciate
this.
you.
Buona fortuna to you, my friend.
Buona fortuna, Boca de Lupa. See you, buddy.
You got it, man. Mark Farzetta, don't forget he joins us each and every single week here on JAKIB Sports in the morning, kicking off our broadcast that goes into Birds 365. Hit the like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
If you missed any of today's show on the JAKIB Media channel, listen to the podcast on your way home. Available on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify.
On the field of life, First Trust Bank is there for you
Champions on 3. 1, 2, 3.
because Philadelphia dreams deserve a Philadelphia bank.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wildwood day.
Plan your stay in the Wildwoods today.
Hi, I'm Jim Muehlbronner, Managing Partner at Del Valle Insurance Group. Give us a call. We're a local, knowledgeable agency, not an 800 number. Go Birds!
The greatest fans on earth. It's a bold statement, but would you expect anything less from Philadelphia? 58 years of heartache creates a toughness, a grit, a resolve not found in most. Sure, our prayers were answered, but now that we've had a taste, we're looking for more. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Yeah, I just went over to the Eagles social media page, and as advertised, man, it's like a kung fu movie over there. It's been totally dubbed out. Oh, my God. They've erased it like the tablets of Egypt with Moses' name. I never said that. Hey, you're going to think you're at a White House press conference. Okay, seriously, you're going to be like you're over at the White House. He never said that. He never said 9%. What? Oh, my God. Hey, all good, man. Wow. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to be so fun to watch. I can't wait. I cannot wait. You guys are great. What did we end up with there, Xander, when it came to likes? Did they hit the mark? The Dead Sea Scrolls. Hilarious. What we end up here, man? Fantastic stuff. 205. You guys, way to go, man. Thank you. And I appreciate you guys. Dart, thank you again for saying those great compliments. And we thank you very much. We bow and thank you. Joe, Xander, thank you very much. 2 to 6 tomorrow, and we'll see you on the flip side.